She like it then? Was she?
Oh, yeah, she was in heaven. She loves it. It was probably the best thing that ever happened to her.
Was that like you or was your son?
Yeah.
So you were all alone?
No, he was living with his mother at the time.
Was he?
Yeah, unfortunately. It had to be done that way. The court dictated it. I had no recourse. But
Karen?
well, I did. I got to, because Jacob was on the swimming team.
Right.
I got to meet Mark and
Yes.
other people.
Right. Oh, that's cool to live in that
I mentioned what I'm doing tonight to Dennis, my landlord.
Yeah, that's right. You said.
He's a veteran also. Yeah.
Let's see if you even do you tonight.
Dennis is a different sort.
Yeah.
But if he gets some feedback as to how this whole thing happened, he might be.
We can't watch it. We can't put it on video. We can't get quiet. Maybe they're getting into it. There we are sitting right there. That's cool. I've been to Vincenzo many times. I said I was in Aviano.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it was. How far was Aviano from Vincenzo?
Probably an hour and a half drive. Vincenzo, Aviano was like right in, well, Verona was too at the base of the mountains there. But we were east of Venice, you know,
I mean, people, yeah, sometimes when you're questioned, the people, what have you done? I take great satisfaction in saying, well, I've seen the Sistine Chapel. Have you? Oh, yeah, I love it.
you could jump on the trains there.
Just Old Faith. I sat by Old Faith. This too.
It sounds like you've been.
I've tried. I lived on, well, I moved around. St. Thomas, St. Croix, and I lived on Virgin Gorda for a while, which is a British Virgin Gorda. And then that's when I decided to come back, and that's when I went to grad school too. I came out. Get out of grad school. So what are you gonna do now? I went back to the islands. It was my favorite. But I'm not.
Like you said, look at all you've done. Look at what you've seen.
Well, I did it backwards. I had, most people have children at 25 and work to their 50. Well, I had my first child at 50 and my second one at 52.
I had my twins at 53.
There you go. Where do I come? Really?
Actually, I could have focused on kids when I was younger. I was on young.
Sex, drug, and rock and roll. That's what it is.
Right?
That was the schedule.
Yeah, I've been trying to get Kevin there for 2 years.
That's a
How embarrassing. Guess where I was tonight, Kevin?
Yeah. Yeah.
Kevin's an interesting sight in his own self.
Yeah.
He is. Have you known him for a while?
Yeah, well, we worked together at American Airlines. He was there. We were both at American Airlines. I know he was at Lotus there.
Yeah.
And he's a cool guy. Now he's doing that illustration board stuff. I like that.
Yeah.
He's on his second year. No, I like him. He's so funny. So sarcastic.
Yeah, it's an interesting show.
But he keeps saying he's going to do this.
We'll see what happens. Is she going to be the next president?
I think so. What? Are you going to be the next president?
Is it a natural thing, or I mean, does every vice president become?
You're so confident.
I'm not. You think I'm looking?
Yeah, I know.
Leaping 2 sheets to the wind.
That's why, let's go to
No, what? Meeting tonight? Oh, no, it goes on for, I don't have, yeah.
That's why Lenny's goes on
But
Lenny's
tonight
with
is,
his cousins.
tonight is our monthly meeting.
Will you be there?
Yes.
Lenny's
What letting in?
To the, down below, it's a bar. Anybody can, it's a club, anybody can join. And you know, upstairs, you've got to be a resident. No, no. You, as a veteran, you could get in. They would let you in if you wanted to.
None of them want to come. Thursday nights it was there.
I know, but if you see, if we're actually on time, keep
My landlord said that today.
Yeah.
Tonight, he said, well, we have our monthly meeting. He said, so you miss a monthly meeting? My goodness.
They're gonna have to call it.
They have the picture out.
Craig, yes?
See the president?
Hi, I would like to thank you for your patience. I think we may, and I emphasize may, have gotten over the technological hurdles. But if so, we'll be starting in just a couple of minutes.
All right, let's say you.
I think we're all right.
Oh, yeah.
Andy. A long-time friend. Nice to meet you. He's a long-time friend of the family. I wanted you to meet Andy. Andy and I work together. Oh, really? Yeah, we're gonna do it. The both guys got really. Thank you. Sure. Thank you for yours. You're welcome. 30. Seriously, she's been in Europe, a lot of time in Italy. Did you know that she was? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Quite tremendous. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thanks for being here tonight.
Jacob and Teddy and Buddy.
Okay.
Yeah.
My condolences.
That's
Okay, if councilors could take their seats, please, we will begin. Okay, in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make your presence known. Seeing no one? The speech I usually get, I'm going to have to change due to the technological problems here. This meeting is being recorded and televised live via our YouTube channel. Normally, it would be available via Channel 8, Channel 1070, and High Definition Channel 1072, but those are down. So it is available via our YouTube channel, and we do have the ability for people to dial in for Zoom. Okay? So, Madam Clerk.
Councilors, Bloom,
Here.
Burdick,
Present.
Clark.
Here.
Crocker,
Here.
Crow,
He is online. Councilor Crowe?
Deleuze,
Here.
Keen,
Here.
Levesque, Ludke,
Here.
Penn,
Maybe they can't hear.
Scheingold, Starr.
Here.
Here.
Tamish.
Here.
You have 10.
Okay.
They're not getting any sound. He's-
All right.
he's attending.
Apparently, the counselors on Zoom are not getting any sound. How many counselors do we have physically present? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we do have a quorum of physical counselors present. Lynn, are they going to attempt to work on this? Okay. So, under the town council rules, for a counselor that calls in via Zoom or tries to attend via Zoom, we give them 5 minutes to resolve any technical issues, and then we will move forward with the meeting. So, Karen, could I have a ruling? Is it 5 minutes from this point or 5 minutes from 6 o'clock? Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. All right.
Damn it.
Call John
Sure,
and have them
can
on the
try
phone.
that.
You want to
We're
try
going
that?
to be doing the Pledge of Allegiance and the moment of silence.
You can hear now.
Okay, apparently Counselor Crowe can hear us. Counselor
Oh, he can hear us?
Penn?
I can hear you, but you can hear me too.
Yes, I can hear you. So we're back. Okay, very good.
Do you want to call them into the roll call?
Yeah. Madam Clerk, would you just acknowledge Counselor Penn and Counselor Crowe, please?
Counselors Penn,
Here,
Counselor Crowe.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, okay. Counselor Lutke, would you like to introduce our veteran?
Okay, thank you, President Tamish. We have an amazing veteran with us tonight. Normally, we put some photos up, but Donnie says he has memories instead of photos. So, and we have him here, and that's the important thing. So he's wearing an Osterville shirt tonight, but he doesn't live in Osterville, so he's a very complicated person. But we're going to go right into his biography, and we're going to learn a little bit about Donnie Young. Specialist Donnie Young served in the U.S. Army from November 1964 to November 1966. Donnie grew up in Holyoke, Massachusetts. After graduating high school, he earned a scholarship to UMass Amherst as a football player. Full of vim and vigor, he decided that since he was on a full scholarship, going to most of his classes, and UMass Amherst officials decided that he needed some time off. As luck would have it, when Donnie left UMass, his number was called, and he found himself drafted into the U.S. Army. He was fortunate to be assigned as a communications specialist to Bosco Montico near Vicenza, Italy. This was a former World War II Luftwaffe base. Donnie spent most of his 2 years of Army enlistment in Italy. However, when his senior officers learned of his football prowess, he was sent to Germany on occasion to play in Army Air Force games. When his enlistment was up, Donnie returned to UMass Amherst using the GI Bill. He was far more focused. His wife advised him that she hated living on that island and strongly suggested they move to Cape Cod, which they did, UMass Amherst in 1977. Donnie's son and daughter have both completed their college degrees, one from Yale, the other from the University of New Hampshire. His son is currently lived in Austin, Texas, and his daughter in Norwalk, Connecticut. In 2 weeks, Donnie will be 83 years old. His father always told him that no matter what he did, he always came out smelling like a rose. This is still the case. The village of Centerville is Donnie's home these days. It is an honor to have U.S. Army Specialist Donnie Young lead the town council.
Thank you. Can we all face this, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One
and
nation, under
with
God,
liberty and justice for all. Thank you. It is
Remain-
indeed a pleasure to be here in front of all you people. I appreciate it immensely. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. If you could remain standing for a moment of silence to honor all who have died. Thank you. I apologize for those that are here present with us physically, but we have on the agenda at this point to go into an executive session. I move to go into executive session pursuant to General Law 30A, Section 21A, to discuss strategy with respect to potential litigation related to federal grant conditions, since a discussion in open session may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the town and town council. The council will return to public session after the executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Because we are a hybrid meeting with some members on Zoom, all votes tonight will be roll call votes. Madam Clerk?
Counselors Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keen,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Star,
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
12 yes.
Okay, we will resume executive session in the Selectmen's Conference Room. And again, I apologize to those that are here for the late start and going into executive session. We will be back as soon as possible. Thank you.
No, they'll let me in. They'll let me in.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Chrissy, I'll see you there. All right? Okay.
No president trouble. So there's up to, we peaked at 12 people on YouTube watching, so. Yeah, so people are getting.
Because it's a PDF, we're gonna have to run it differently than what we do with the PowerPoint. So, but it is on there now. Thank you very much. Well, I'm going up after you, and I'm just reading. No, 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 they said 5 minutes, so, and
Yeah, really. Ouch.
yeah.
drive out. The bit that lets you drive.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes, things like that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Next still series up in he had pet things into it. They had ones you hit pit crews.
Oh, cool.
He's kind of, because he, I listened to his.
That was some of us too.
Yeah, so I was like, it's like Mad Men. That's a show, Mad Men. Speed up, but that could be a different one. Of the audience. Let's be anyways. That's how these boys make $8 million a year. That's what they got in the pension baseball.
My sister was in Cambridge.
Okay, if counselors could take their seats, please, we will resume. Okay, I thank everyone that's present for their patience. We will resume the meeting with public comment. Please make sure you sign in with your name and village for public comment. Public comment is 3 minutes. Please keep your comments brief and to the point. At the 2-minute and 30-second mark, you'll be asked to finish up. Written comments are always welcome at council@barnstable.gov and will be distributed to the entire council. Individual counselors' contact information is available on the town website. If you choose to email an individual counselor, it may not necessarily be distributed to all counselors. I wish to remind everyone that no member of the public may speak without first being recognized by the presiding officer. The public will have an opportunity to speak during the public comment portion of the meeting and during any public hearing on an agenda item. You're free to express your thoughts, opinion, and criticism during public comment. However, your comments should be directed to the council as a body through the presiding officer. You should not speak directly to any individual counselor. You should also not be addressing your comments to anyone else in the room, not to town staff and not to other members of the audience. Public comment is to the council. Okay, anyone for public comment? Mr. Barron or Ms. Northcross? Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Wendy Northcross, and I stand before you tonight as a resident from West Barnstable, but also as the current executive director at the JFK Hyannis Museum. We are a tenant of the town of Barnstable in the Old Town Hall building, which turns 100 years old this year. It was built in 1926. And it was opened in the year that we were celebrating the 150th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, which is why the building has sort of this neo-federal classic look, not your typical New England gray shutters and white trim, gray shingles. So anyway, I'm just simply here to let everyone know that we're celebrating the fact that the building's a century old and has been a key part of our community for half that time served as town hall. The other half the time served many other public services. But we are having June 13th at noon, a brief commemoration of that. And then we invite everybody in the community. We'll have some souvenirs and flags and birthday cake. The first 100 people get cake. So please attend. June 13th at noon. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. Mr. Barron?
Yeah, Ken Barron, Centerville. I just want to say, I think it's a great thing that before every meeting, we do the Pledge of Allegiance. We have a military veteran to honor us. I know we have military veterans on this table, and the fact you do that and everyone in the room stands up is a great thing. With that being said, I was at the Barnstable Assembly Delegates meeting last week. 3 of the council members there would not stand up for the national anthem, which I found disgraceful. And it was just, I couldn't understand why. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. So I appreciate what you people do for this. And again, to anybody in this room that does stand up for it, it's something we all should do. It's not politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Couldn't agree with you more. Anyone else? Council Bloom, did you like to invite the young lady from the Senatorial Institute? Did you want to present now or address us? No? Did you want to? Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood what was going on. Okay, Thank you. Thank you. Okay, any further public comment? Seeing none. Lynn, is there any public comment? Okay. And I have no written public comment to bring forward either. Council response to public comment. Anyone on my right? Anyone on my left? Seeing none. Fantastic, thank you. Okay, town manager communications. Town manager communications are available on the town manager's page of the town website. He gives us a weekly update, and there's also a video portion of it or version of it that is presented prior to every council meeting. One thing I did want to, and I don't know if Mr. Els is not in the room, but I did want to bring up one thing that's not in his public town manager's report, but the town of Barnstable, get my papers in order here. For small business, Barnstable is the place to be, national study. Mr. Els, I don't know if you want to address that, or you just want to be announced that the town and the metropolitan statistical area is recognized by one of the national magazines. Jim, you going to address that? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi, good evening. Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development. Thank you for recognizing the recent study that came out promoting the town of Barnstable and the surrounding area as a hotbed for supporting our small business community. I would like to take this opportunity just real quick to talk about how the town of Barnstable does support our business community. First, I would direct everyone to Business Barnstable. Businessbarnstable.com is a kind of a one-stop shop for businesses coming to the community and also residents and tourists alike to understand, what businesses are in town, how our tourism dollars are being used, and all the special things that make Barnstable great. In addition to our one-stop shop of Business Barnstable, we also work with our small businesses. We actually more recently have dedicated an individual that now goes each spring and starts contacting our small businesses, going door to door, talking about what their needs and how we can help. We have a small fund of tourism dollars that come through our local meals tax and other tourism related dollars that we provide strategic partnerships with our Greater Highness Chamber of Commerce and Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce to support events that may happen. You probably have attended many of them, such as the Father's Day Car Show. We provide a little bit of input to those events to make them great and to help support our local community. We also, one thing that we have done over the last few years is have a permit coordinator specifically for this task. So when a business comes to the town of Barnstable and they want to know where do we go from here, both building department, planning and development, health, etc., they know to direct them to the permit coordinator. That permit coordinator will take in the application, sometimes maybe hold a hand and help them with good customer service to get them in the right direction. And we found that this has been very successful in helping our small businesses thrive early on when they're really, in tune with, how do we wait tables or how are we going to open up our shop today? They're not necessarily considering, the kind of lengthy permitting process that's just necessary. In addition, we're always, as you all know, we're always striving to bring in dollars to the town of Barnstable through grant programs. We recently had a very successful facade program where we brought in state funds and leveraged private investment to put forward $750,000 to the small businesses right here in downtown Hyannis. In addition, we have small mini grants each year that goes out to different civic associations to help with, again, events and tourism related items. And then one specific one that I'm very proud of is our small snack shack right here at the Harbor Overlook. That small snack shack actually is somewhat of a small business incubator where we allow for small businesses to kind of showcase what they offer at the snack shack for small to no dollars. Sometimes, we do have a fee, but if there's a concern, we also have a small grant that goes along with it. So sometimes it can be at no cost. And we've had a very recent success story where a small business came into the snack shack and it caught an eye of someone over at the Highline, and now she sells all her goods on the boat itself. So it's been a great uplifting experience for many of our small businesses. I could go on and on. But yeah, I'm very excited about the town of Barnstable and their recognition. And we hope to strive to serve our community and our small businesses as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Okay. At this point, could I have a motion, please, to accept the minutes of the May 14th, 2026 Town Council meeting? You've all been supplied a copy of that.
So moved.
Second.
Right, moved. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keen,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold.
Yes.
Star.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Thank you. 12 yes.
Thank you. Moving on. Communications, elected boards, committees, staff, commission reports, correspondence, and announcements. Councilor Clark, do you want to introduce our? Yeah.
Yes, today we have representing the Historical Commission is Chair Bob Frazee. He'll give us a quick update and overview on what his committee's been up to.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Town Council President Timish, for making time for this, and Town Council Vice President Chris Clark for inviting me to do this. That's a great idea. I'll try and be really quick. I feel it was fortuitous that I chose not to use a PowerPoint program tonight. Might have worked fine,
It
by
would
the
have,
way,
that
but
would have worked.
the way things are going, I thought I might just mention that. So a few of the things I'll say, maybe most of you as counselors know, but I'm hoping I might bring some new information to members of the public watching from home. Historical commissions in Massachusetts are authorized under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 8D, and all of Barnstable Historical Commission activity is governed by Barnstable's Town Ordinance, Section 112-1 through Section 112-7. All of that information is available on the town website or on the E-code site, and people want to read up on it, they can read definitions and details, but I won't go into that. The BHC consists of 7 commissioners and 1 alternate. We currently have 2 open positions, one of which I hope you might fill this evening, please. BHC meets at 4 p.m. on the 3rd Tuesday of the month in the Old Selectmen's Conference Room. All meetings are recorded and televised on the Town Government Access Channel. Please note that all BHC meetings from November through March are via Zoom. We prefer in-person meetings, but in order to guarantee that we have a quorum, particularly in the off-season when some people travel or live other than in Barnstable, it makes it work. I want to extend a special thanks to a number of individuals who assist BHC throughout the year. Councilor Bloom, who serves as our liaison, which we appreciate very much, liaison to the council. Erica Brown, Corey Pacheco, and Jim Kupfer of the Planning and Development Department, upon whose guidance we rely almost daily. And Building Commissioner Brian Florence and his department for their great cooperation whenever a building permit application is filed for a building that may qualify for our review. Lastly, I want to thank Sarah Beal for Barnstable Government Channel Access for her time and patience recording all of our meetings, which sometimes go a little bit long, and I apologize for that. The role of BHC has always been a guide to assist the town in preserving its historic and archaeological resources, its heritage and culture. Back in the 1980s or 90s, which was during my first stint as a member of the commission, it was still the Stone Age, or what we call the pre-digital age, and we were largely engaged in educational and advisory processes assisted by what was then the town's Historic Preservation Department. Some of you may remember that we had that. Thanks to the expertise of that department and former commissioners, the town has 13 historic districts, including 16 National Register districts, as well as 75 properties individually listed on the National Register. I don't know how that compares with other towns, but I think we did very well with that. In the 2000s, the digital age has utterly transformed our research and, for better or worse, also our communication methods. Perhaps the most important change in this period, however, was BHC being granted limited regulatory authority to preserve historic buildings through what is known as a demolition delay ordinance, the administration of which now occupies much of the Commission's time. While the original demolition delay was for 6 months, it was revised to 18 months in conformity with the 2010 Barnstable Historic Preservation Plan, and is now, frankly, a much more effective tool. Just quickly, the way that works for those who may not be familiar with it, if a building 75 years of age or older that is not within a local historic district, which would be the Old Kings Highway or the Hyannis Main Street Waterfront Historic District, is brought to the building commissioner for a permit that involves either a partial or a full demolition or a potential move of the building, it is flagged to Planning and Development and brought to the attention of the chair of the Historical Commission for what is called an initial determination. And that determination is designed to ascertain whether the building is historically or architecturally significant based on standards that are established by the National Park Service and are quite stringent, which I'll get to later because I think I would like to see that modified if it can be. Depending on that determination, a hearing may be required, and that is at the discretion of the chair. I will say the chair typically has always, in my experience, reached out and used the expertise of one other individual on the commission, typically the vice chair, who has the longest experience and tries not to make those decisions in isolation. The BHC can invoke at a hearing an 18-month demolition delay, which presents a moment of leverage, but really is there in the room, unspoken a lot of the time, is simply a reason for us to have a good conversation about finding alternatives to demolition, whether it's partial or full. And generally speaking, we have a good track record with that. If a building is listed on the National Register or is contributing in a National Register district, it may be referred also to the Cape Cod Commission. That's really, those two items are the principal tools that BHC has within its toolbox, and it does not have the additional tools a local historic district commission would have, such as in Old Kings Highway or in the Hyannis Waterfront Main Street Waterfront Historic District. The stats for our year since July of 2025, BHC held 12 public meetings and reviewed 38 applications. That included 24 partial demolitions, 12 full demolitions, and 2 building relocations. 1 demolition delay was imposed, only one, and it was also a building that was referred to the Cape Cod Commission. It was one of the most moving, staggering, startling, and memorable historical commission meetings I've ever attended. It was in August of last year. If you want to watch it, maybe it's worth it, maybe it's not, but it came pretty close to being an interesting moment for me. Throughout its meetings, BHC has always encouraged homeowners, contractors, architects, and builders to salvage reusable materials or to donate architectural remnants to local salvage yards. It's always our philosophy that the earlier original materials are apt to be first or second growth material wood and last much better than modern rapid accelerated growth materials will do. Plus the character of the architectural remnants can be preserved and reused in new settings when that's the only option. Commission meetings have included guests such as Sarah Korjeff from the Cape Cod Commission and Barnstable Building Commissioner Brian Florence to educate the commission about their respective roles and about the commission's responsibilities. And on both those occasions, the discussions were very, very helpful and have stuck with us as part of our education as commissioners. My goal personally as a commissioner is for the historic preservation in Barnstable to move forward generationally. I spoke to that subject in my LCPC presentation. I mention it everywhere I go. I think it is critically important that we light the spark of interest in historic preservation in new generations. I also think it's critical that our boards and commissions begin to be populated increasingly by younger generations so that they can preserve what's important to them and be around to protect it later. I don't know how long any of us will be here, but that's a really important thing for all of us to consider. I also want preservation or historic preservation in Barnstable to be a community-friendly process. I don't believe it always is. I think it's always meant to be, and I promise to work forward trying to find ways to improve that. Some of the challenges that I see for BHC in the coming years, I will say, would be to revisit the question of local historic districts, in question of whether there should be more of them or another one. Hyannisport experience spiked that interest at one time, and I think it should be revisited. The concern is that perhaps since we have multiple National Register districts in the town, we should have one governing body, one commission looking after all of them instead of what could be an administrative nightmare of having lots of little fiefdoms cropping up. It's a discussion to be had. I'd like to review the BHC chair determination process. I think it works, but I think it is potentially flawed in that I feel personally it lacks transparency and that there's no public or abutter notice. When a chair determines that a building is not significant and authorizes a demolition does not require a hearing, the abutters never hear about that. And there's no abutter notice, there's no legal notice in the paper. It's not triggered by that part of the process, only a public hearing. And I don't think that's fair to the public. And I think in addition to that, there's no opportunity for an appeal should anyone be aggrieved by a decision, either by the chair or by the commission as a whole, as there usually is with a local historic district commission where they have an appeal process written into their code. We do not. And lastly, I would say in that subject, the subject of significance, in quotes, is restricted by definitions in section 112-2 parts A and B, which are about architectural significance or historical significance. I won't go into the weeds on that at all to waste your time tonight, but it's a very tight definition and it doesn't give the chair very much discretion to decide that a building should be heard unless it's really obvious. I would like to encourage the town in every way it can to continue to pursue what's known as a certified local government designation for the Barnstable Historical Commission. This is a designation conferred on commissions by the Mass Historical Commission, and it yields access to the 10% of all historic preservation funds made available by federal and state authorities, and only those certified local governments have access to that. And in a time that's increasingly competitive for public funding, and there's always been a shortage of that for historic preservation, it's crazy for us not to really drill in on that any way we can. Mass Historical Commission has requirements about the credentials for commission members in order to qualify for that standing. And so I would encourage going forward that our appointments committee look hard at what those credentials might be. And while we can't always be as choosy as we'd like because we are not always overwhelmed with volunteers looking to serve on boards, it's something to keep in mind because every time we bring somebody aboard with suitable credentials, we take one more step in the right direction towards CLG status. And BHC's been working on that or trying for that for 20 years. So it's not an easy thing to accomplish. If we had such a standing, we would be able to compete for grants supporting a survey and planning process, which is part of the routine of historic preservation in every community in America. And in our case, we need to revise and complete a number of old inventory Form Bs, which were inadvertently, or let me at least say inappropriately misfiled by a previous regime some time ago and left to waste in a drawer, which is just horrifying to me. They need to be professionally reviewed. It's not something that volunteers can do any longer. A survey and inventory is an ongoing process. Buildings get past the 75-year threshold all the time, and we need to know what their documentation is. Do they support preservation or do they not? And I would like to suggest, based on particularly an experience I had last year, and I had this idea long before that experience became a difficult one, I would like to recommend that in applying for grant funding, but also in implementing such a survey and planning process, that minority neighborhoods be prioritized at the very top of that because it is so easy to overlook important people and important structures. I will say that if I had not been paying attention and had not had my cup of coffee before a particular home here in Hyannis was offered up for a potential demolition, I would never have done the research. And I'm glad that I did. I did my homework. I did not make a mistake with it, but I have some regrets about that decision. And I would like to not have that scenario repeat if it's possible. it would be horrifying to me that such buildings, if had they qualified in the way they needed to for higher significance, be overlooked just because nobody knew better. That would just be awful. And also, I think considering a local resident for internship opportunities in conjunction with that would be a really excellent community involvement go together. I think the bottom line for me is addressing a need for generational change in so many ways. In the years since I joined the commission this time, required point to just conclude this evening that one of the first things you'll vote on tonight is an appointments committee recommendation for a new commissioner who I know personally. And I know, thank you very, very much for the time to present this. I don't know if this is appropriate time for any questions. I'll happily do that, but if you're running short on time, sir, I don't
No,
mind that at
no,
all.
I wanted to thank you. And the only thing I asked, Bob, if you could just name the members of your committee.
Oh, I'll have to do that from memory, but I'll do my best. Vice Chair is Nancy Shoemaker. She has 20 years of service on the Barnstable Historical Commission. Jack, help me out here. Charles, Councilor Bloom, high school graduate from this current century, and it's really amazing. Cheryl Powell, who chairs the Hyannis Main Street and Waterfront Historic District, is also a member of our commission. And John Richmond from Hyannis is on our commission, and I believe
Andrew Fisher.
Andrew Fisher. Thank you very much, Councilor Clark. I appreciate that. And my apologies to Andrew, but that's our crew.
And I would encourage you to put pen to paper with your ideas about any changes you'd like to see. And if you want to send me or Vice President Clark or Councilor Bloom an email, we'd love to look at it.
No, happy to do that. Thank you very much.
Any, Councilor Keen?
Thank you very much for your presentation. A quick question. You mentioned there was one building that got an 18-month demo delay. What was the fate of that building?
The fate of that building was
And what was it?
Well, so the building was 49 Putnam Avenue in Katuitt. It's an individually listed National Register building. It was a building that was fought for by individuals prominent in historic preservation in our town many years ago. Among them, the late, great historian Jim Gould from Katuitt. It was horrific for all of us who support preservation to have this building contemplated as a candidate to be dismantled and moved, sacrificing a lot of the components that made it qualify for the National Register, including integrity of location being one of the foremost ones. It was not only a demolition delay ordinance, but a referral to the Cape Cod Commission. While we were waiting for a hearing date from the Cape Cod Commission to be revealed within a day or two of when the time period would have expired for that to have been nailed down, the applicant withdrew the application without prejudice from the Commission, Cape Cod Commission. And at our next meeting of the Barnstable Historical Commission did the same with us. So it is a matter that is withdrawn without prejudice and therefore pending. The owner of the building is the current ambassador to the Netherlands, and I think he's a little bit busy for a while. I don't anticipate much further action on this until perhaps he returns to the United States, but we'll see. That's just conjecture on my part. Meanwhile, it's in good shape, but it's composting, which is not nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, and very nice to meet you.
Any
Councilor King.
discussion or questions on my right? Councilor Ledke?
Yeah, what a great presentation. I'd follow up on what President Tamish said. You had so many good ideas in here.
Thank you.
And I definitely want the certification of the local government. That sounds absolutely critical of something we should do. We get so many public comments in here. John Richmond has commented many times about losing our historical nature, particularly of Hyannis.
Indeed.
And so I really applaud your work and would like to help in any way, to further some of these ideas. And I think your point is well taken with the appointments committee to get the people on there that have the qualifications to do what we need to do to really buck this up and make it a strong historic commission.
Well, thank you very much for that. I acknowledge immediately on behalf of the appointments committee, it's not an easy task for the reason I mentioned earlier, but also it's one that has been sought for a number of years. And unfortunately, with some people rotating or leaving the commission for one reason or another, they may leave with good credentials. We may not always find somebody ready to fill their place who can do so with the experience or background necessary, but it's still worth trying, very much so.
And I just had one follow-up. Do we have any buildings on the Federal Register?
The National Register is the Federal Register, and
Okay.
yes, we do. There are 75 buildings in Barnstable individually listed. And there are a number of buildings that are contributing to a district that is a National Register district, such as Hyannisport. And in the eyes of the Historical Commission, when something is proposed to be done that might be construed as either a partial or full demolition or a physical move of one of those contributing buildings, we treat them with the same level as if they had the significance of a listed building. And at least we consider them that way. We look at what's proposed and we try and be reasonable. As you can tell, we really only had one demolition delay invoked and only one referral to the Cape Cod Commission over the past year, but we had 30 some odd hearings, so our individual properties. So it's rare, but we look hard.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilor Bloom.
I'd just like to say how great it is to watch you folks work. And you really have welcomed the young man, Mr. Fisher.
We're getting better at remembering
You've
his
really
name.
done
Thank
a
you.
nice job of making him feel comfortable. And your knowledge of architectural relevance and historical relevance and just how buildings are put together, it's really amazing. And it's like I'm taking a course every time I attend your committee. So we are really lucky to have you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bloom. I appreciate that. Your help with our commission is tremendously appreciated indeed. And everyone's support is greatly appreciated as well.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you all very
Appreciate
much.
it.
Next we have Lynn Poyant. Not only does she serve our town as communications director, but she also serves on the John F. Kennedy Memorial Trust Fund Committee. So thank you, Lynn, for your presentation tonight.
Thank you, Vice President Clark, President Tamish, and councilors. I'm starting my timer, so hopefully I won't go too far over the 5 minutes allotted. From the E-Code, the John F. Kennedy Memorial Trust Fund Committee has broad general powers to use the income and principal received by the trust at their discretion in the field of youth activities within the town. The committee may make recommendations to the town manager regarding the establishment and maintenance of youth activities programs it fosters and the Kennedy Memorial. The committee may grant scholarships to Barnstable High School graduates. The committee acts pursuant to the Acts of 1971, Chapter 34. The fund shall be invested in the manner provided by Mass General Law, Chapter 44, subsection 54, and in further accordance with the trust policy of the town. The John F. Kennedy Memorial Trust Fund Committee is a ministerial committee of the town. Our current committee membership includes Town Manager Mark Ells. You already heard from Mrs. Northcross earlier. She's our newest member to the committee. We also have Bill Murphy serving as vice chair and Bob Jones as chair. Our staff support comes from Sean O'Brien, who is the town treasurer collector, Chris Ganella, the community services director, John Gleason, the recreation director, PJ Kelleher, who is the structures and grounds division supervisor, and Tyler King, who is our grounds section foreman. The town of Barnstable owns and operates the John F. Kennedy Memorial Park, which is located at 480 Ocean Street in Hyannis. It was constructed in 1965 and was dedicated on July 8th in 1966 to memorialize our 35th president and his association to Cape Cod, and as a longtime resident of Barnstable in the neighborhood of Hyannisport. The park has been a major visitor destination since its inception and continues to be heavily visited. According to Treasurer Collector O'Brien, the fund balance as of May 26, 2026 is $393,848.18. Originally, the funds were from donations to the pool with coins. People aren't carrying coins these days, or cash, quite frankly. So we sought a way to continue to raise funds so that we could do our programming. And we began selling ball caps with the JFK Memorial insignia for $25 a number of years ago. Before I go much further, I do want to say that there's been a change of personnel in the past year. In March of this year, we lost Damon Ollerhead. He had been a 17-year employee at the memorial. He had also worked part-time at the Hyannis Youth and Community Center, and he passed away. And last year, Gino Angeloni, who was an amazing employee, had to step down. He's in his 90s and he has family issues that he had to take care of. When I saw him at Damon's funeral and wake, he said that he does hope to come back at some point to work because it was truly a passion project of his. But I do want to make sure that to mention those two gentlemen. Historically, the trust carried a balance below 75,000, having spent about 3,900 per year on youth programs, 5,000 on scholarships, and 11,000 on maintenance. Careful management of the funds entrusted to us has helped us grow the fund to approximately $400,000, which includes this year's expenditures. But with the obvious need to make repairs and restoration to the site, the trust annually sets aside a reserve fund to help offset any town expense to make the renovations to the town. And you can see the capital improvement plan for the details of the renovations that are needed. Thus, we've invested the reserves to help grow the fund and continue to expend about $43,000 per year for the youth programs and about $12,000 for routine maintenance. Recreations activities funded include the JFK Memorial Sailing Program, which had participants ranging in the ages from 10 to 18 years of age in 2025, and the program received a 9.6 customer satisfaction rating. For the fourth year, head sailing instructor Lillian Beal provided a written report on the 2025 JFK Memorial Sailing Program. We have had slow and steady growth, and in 2025, the leisure program, which is run out of the Recreation Division, sent older kids to Veterans Beach for an intro level to sail, which was $22,280. The breakdown includes maintenance for equipment and supplies, the yearly swap out of life jackets because we want to make sure that the kids have what they need. We do certifications through the USA Sailing Certification Program for 2 of our instructors on an annual basis. The staff uniforms, sailing sun shirts to try to protect the children while they're out in the sun. And we also provide $4,650 in participant scholarships and $1,800 for the Build a Bev and Skiff sailboat program that operates out of the Cape Cod Maritime Museum. With Structures and Grounds, our program costs are $12,048.92 for the 2026 season. The breakdown includes organic lawn fertilization program, goose control program, pool maintenance program, and flag replacement, and then additional monies for planting improvements and maintenance. This year, we received a special request to fund the Revolution of Cape Cod and the Islands, Issues and Events and the People. It was a book that was put out by the Cape and Islands Historical Association as it relates to the American Revolution. And we provided books for 8th and 11th grade because those are the classes that are currently doing the civics program. We found out after our meeting that the 5th grade is actually doing the American Revolution. And so we'll see if whether or not we can have a meeting that could bring that forward. But that was a $10,500 donation. And the books had a little sticker put inside to go to all of the students so that it was labeled as a gift from the JFK Memorial Trust Fund. Pre-COVID, Barnstable High School used to send us 3 students from Barnstable High School, their top 3, and we would interview them and we would select one for a grant. But since COVID, all of the applications come to our committee. We have a scholarship subcommittee, and over the years, the scholarship went from $1,000 to $2,500, and we increased the number of scholarships in 2023 to 5. Then it went up to 6, and this year we've given out, or we will be giving out on June 2nd, 8 $2,500 scholarships for students at Barnstable High School. We have, the reason why we did is, the quality of students that we have at Barnstable High School are amazing, and it's really hard for us to narrow that down too far. Each year, the committee pays for a flag through Congressman Keating's office that has flown over the Capitol in Washington, D.C. We then give that flag to one of our elementary schools. This year's host school is West Barnstable Elementary School. And with Flag Day on Sunday, June 14th, the event will be held on Friday, June 12th. Barnstable High School's U.S. Coast Guard Junior ROTC is going to be part of that program this year, which we're really excited about. Despite recent efforts to revitalize the memorial's fountain and concrete patio. The facility is nearing the end of its useful life and needs a complete restoration. Work started on this project in 2014. The town recognized the 50th anniversary of the park's dedication in 2016, and it was our hope that at that time the restoration would have been completed. The JFK Memorial has been identified as a priority by the committee, and it has been on the capital improvement plan for over 12 years. Work plans call for the restoration of the concrete patio, granite benches, fountain, and landscape enhancement as needed. The hope is to move the project to the Community Preservation Committee for funding. The current estimate of the project is $2,541,000. Understanding the need to have an adequate financial match for this much-needed work, the committee has worked hard to increase the fund balance, as I had mentioned earlier. In March of this year, the CPC voted to not move our request forward to application pending their review of funding options. And with that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but we really appreciate the opportunity to let you know what's going on in the JFK Memorial Trust Fund Committee.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a lot of nickels, dimes, and hats, isn't it?
It was, yes.
And no Venmo code at the,
Well,
At
no,
the-
but we do take credit cards now, which we hadn't previously, and that's made a difference in some of their sales. We still get an awful lot of motor coach tours that come through the facility on a regular basis, and they're some of our best hat buyers.
thank you. Any further questions? Councilor Lutke?
Is the JFK sailing program entirely free?
There's a little charge to it, but it's not compared to what other sailing programs are around. It's very reasonable. But we also have a scholarship program available so that if someone can't meet what we charge, we will help them out.
But you don't sign up through the,
You sign up through recreation.
you do sign up through recreation. Okay. And where are the boats kept?
They're kept down at Veterans Beach.
On the
So-
beach?
Well, not on the beach. They're in the bathhouse there. And then they're brought out when the season starts.
Okay. And what kind of boats?
I knew somebody was going to ask that. They're sailboats, but there were hunters and there was something else. It has to do with the weight of the boat, with the number of kids. Bob Jones, who's one of our committee members, is well-versed in those. And so he has worked with recreation to make sure that the boats that we're using are the appropriate boats for teaching these lessons.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilor Starr, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
No, that's all right. Just before we move on, Lynn mentioned the 8th and 11th graders civic presentations they're going to make. I don't have the date with me. It's at Barnstable High School, I think June 12th or 13th. If you get a chance to go in the morning, it's great because they've all been working in teams solving problems either in the school or around town. It's just it's great to get into the high school and see what the work they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the 12th, I'm pretty sure. I have it on my calendar here.
Friday.
I believe it's 8:30 to 10:30, I think, is the time. So, very interesting projects. Okay, is there anyone else? Seeing no one? At this point, I'd like to invite Jim Kupfer. Are you presenting, Jim? And we do have a guest with us tonight, Julian Sear, State Senator Julian Sear. We welcome you also.
Presentation.
I'll introduce you.
Good evening, everybody. Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development, here to speak to you in regards to seasonal communities designation. Before I get into the regulations as they stand today and in the context of the town of Barnstable, I'm pleased to welcome Senator Sear, who has been a champion of the seasonal communities law, and he is here to provide some insight into the law and where it's headed as well, and some updates that may come about. So with that, I'll hand it off to Senator Sear.
Thanks, Jim. And it's good to be with all of you. Happy after Memorial Day. The season's starting here on Cape Cod. It's takes a lot longer to get to Barnstable from Provincetown than it does when things are less busy. I was driving in in East Ham, you got to slow down, right? Because there's always that transition, right? We're like, oh God, I'm taking my life into my hands. But anyway, wanted to be here. Appreciate the invitation from the council to talk to you folks a little bit about the seasonal communities designation. This is something that the legislative delegation has been working on extensively for a number of years, really since I was first elected in 2016, in really thinking about how do we bring tools to communities here on the Cape and Islands to really make a dent in the housing crisis that we face. The reality for our communities is that if you don't yet own a home on Cape Cod or the islands, you're going to inherit a home, you're not going to be able to afford to do so. That is certainly true in my neck of the woods, in my hometown of Truro. Median home price to afford the median home in Truro, you're going to make over $400,000 a year, right? As a household in Nantucket, median home price is $3.5 million. The real estate market here on the Cape and Islands is actually quite predictable. This is a luxury market, a high-end real estate market, where the prices are in Nantucket today. About 6 and 7 years, they'll be on Martha's Vineyard. The Outer Cape will follow, shortly after that, and then coming down into the Lower Cape, the Mid Cape, and the Upper Cape. And certainly the headwinds we face, the entire region faces headwinds. The extremities of the region, right? In my neck of the woods and on the islands are certainly the most sort of acute. But what seasonal communities comes out of is trying to provide a framework for to give our towns the towls to begin to solve the affordable housing and the attainable housing crisis that we need. If you look at the existing tools that towns like Barnstable and towns across Massachusetts have, they really are only sort of good at doing sort of one thing, right? They're all designed to advance multifamily housing of some sort. You have low-income housing tax credits, the LIHTC program. It's tax credit, federal estate tax credit that comes to basically subsidize affordable units. You have 40B, right, which basically you have friendly 40B, unfriendly 40B. But either way, right, there's an income limit, basically, right? It's affordable housing. Barnstable, in the case of at least the village of Hyannis, because you are a gateway city, you can actually tap into the HDIP program as well. This is another tax incentive program to help build housing. But all this housing is sort of big multifamily housing, which has its place, and certainly Barnstable has done a lot of, especially in recent years. But we were noticing there are very few tools to have other sorts of development. There were no tools available if you wanted to, say, preserve year-round housing, right? We have so much naturally occurring year-round housing, right? All the homes in each and every one of you are living in today. When those homes come onto the real estate market, those are not going to be bought by a year-round person here in Barnstable. They're going to be bought as a second home or a third home or a fourth home. That's just the reality of what our market is. And so what seasonal communities is it took a number of various home rule petitions that towns like Nantucket and Provincetown and Chatham and the Vineyard towns had sent the legislature, asking the legislature for certain tools, right? The ability to provide housing for municipal workers. If you're the town of Edgartown, you're actually really struggling to run your sewer department because you can't recruit, you can't recruit anyone to come to move to the island who has expertise in sewers, who can afford the housing. So you got to house them, right? Under federal fair housing, unless you have exemption in state law, you can't do that. The town of Nantucket asking for the ability to have, and Provincetown to have year-round housing trusts, towns asking us for the ability to subsidize housing above area median income, right? Affordable housing only helps people who make 80% or below of area median income. Often it's 60% or 30%. That's critically important, but we have a whole missing middle. And the reality is that most Cape Codders and Islanders, nearly all Cape Codders and Islanders now, may not, many of us may not qualify, make too much money to qualify for affordable housing, but don't make enough money to be able to afford something on the open market. And so seasonal communities, this was a designation that was created under the Affordable Homes Act. Governor Healy filed this in the original version of her bill. And it's designed to give towns with seasonal fluctuations in our population and our employment with a framework to unlock housing production and preservation tools tailored to communities that are facing intense seasonal pressures. Note I said both production and preservation. We're not going to be able to build our way out of this problem. There just isn't enough land left on this peninsula. And we have plenty of, if you look at the built environment here, right, we got a lot of housing. The housing is just being used as second or third homes. It's only occupied seasonally. So the designation, and really the way to think about this designation as well, I actually in Barnstable, you folks are familiar with the Gateway Cities designation, right? This was a series of tools that were unlocked to cities. I know Barnstable, the state considers Barnstable a city. Cities and towns like Barnstable, where you needed a unique set of tools. Think of seasonal communities as a gateway cities for places like Cape Cod and the Islands, places for the Berkshires. So the designation has been adopted broadly across the region. A majority of Cape towns have adopted the designation. Dennis and Brewster are the two newest towns to accept at town meeting. So 17 municipalities across the region have now adopted the designation. All the vineyard towns, there's 7 of them, Nantucket, and basically Dennis and Brewster all the way out to Provincetown, Harwich being the exception. Secretary Juana Matias was actually on the Cape last month, or actually several weeks ago, to commemorate that. So what does the designation allow towns to do? First, it allows you the ability to acquire year-round housing occupancy restrictions to ensure that homes remain available for residents and not just used for seasonal use. It allows towns to develop housing with a preference for municipal workers. So you can provide housing to police, teachers, DPW staff, and town employees who increasingly cannot afford to live in the town. I don't know if you folks caught that Cape Cod Times story a couple of weeks ago, which talked about how I ran a stop sign. We don't have stoplights in Truro. I ran a stop sign in Truro, and I got pulled over by the Truro police, who were lovingly reminding me to slow down in the summer. But anyway, I had the Secretary of Housing and Livable Communities with me. I had Representative Hadley Luddy in the car. And, we're kind of giggling because they're like, oh, they don't know who they pulled over. But anyway, license, registration, all that stuff. Had a nice conversation with them. 3 officers were responding. They were doing some training, right, in the start of the season. Of those 3 officers in Truro, my hometown, right, I said at the end of the conversation, hey, where do you guys live? 2 of them live in Plymouth, and 1 lives in Sandwich. Plymouth to Truro was like an hour and a half commute one way, not without traffic, right? So this is sort of the circumstance that we're in. If we talk to your officers, your teachers, your DPW workers, increasingly, right, they're not able to live in this community. Many of them increasingly, we think about 30% of our workforce is living over those bridges. Seasonal communities also allows you to establish a year-round housing trust fund. So you're able to fund and preserve year-round housing. This is for that attainable housing, basically 100% of AMI up to 250% as you choose. You can provide housing for municipal workers. You can also provide housing for the creative economy. The program encourages you to conduct a comprehensive housing needs assessment, and then it allows for the permitting of tiny homes. In retrospect, I wish I called this sort of a cottage style homes or cottage colonies. So that's what's sort of in the toolkit. Really, this is about delivering tools that communities have been asking, for us via the home rule process, which for those of you who've been through that, I know, Councilor Crocker knows this well. The home rule process can be an arduous one. This basically allows the community to tap into tools if they so choose without the home rule process. I am very clear-eyed that the challenges that Nantucket is facing today is not sort of the same challenge that Barnstable has today. I'm pretty also clear-eyed that what the Outer Cape and Nantucket are facing today will be coming to Barnstable. You will see this here in the next decade or so. This is just how the predictability of our real estate market has worked here. So really you're seeing the communities that have this real acute housing crisis and real geographic isolation rapidly accepting the designation because we're in such a crisis. But really this is something for Barnstable to really assess when it's time for you to come in. I know this is going to be a useful tool for you folks. In 5 or 10 years, you'll be clamoring for this. I know the town will want to come in, but really I think it's up to you folks to sort of figure out when that time is right to do so. So, the state is in the process of, building the regulatory infrastructure for this program and providing support. Actually, in the FY27 budget that the Senate just passed last week, I secured an amendment to appropriate an additional $175,000 to housing and livable communities so that they can hire a land use attorney and other folks with expertise to really give guidance to our towns. You're going to hear some good questions from Jim about the existing regulations that HLC initially put out. There's some questions about that. We're going to have to come back and refine those. The other piece I'll just mention before I turn this over to Jim is that this is a living, breathing sort of policy, right? That we're working to refine. There is a bill that I filed that we actually put out of committee to basically take the recommendations of a Seasonal Communities Advisory Council. There's a Seasonal Communities Advisory Council, I should have mentioned, that is sort of advises the state on what policy tools we may need going forward. So that Seasonal Communities Advisory Council came up with a series of recommendations. We then put those fixes, they're largely technical fixes, into a bill that we're hoping to advance and hoping to make some fixes into that bill or into the law. There's an unintended loophole we have to close involving undersized adjacent lots, or there's clarifications that are needed in the law around tiny homes. There's clarifications regarding ADU occupancy and allowing seasonal communities to say that ADUs can be occupied year-round. This is a big priority for our communities. And there's some clarifications as well around year-round deed restrictions and perpetuity. So I'm hoping we get those technical fixes done, or at least passed in a vehicle before the end of the legislative session on July 31st. So those changes may kind of clarify some of the good questions Jim and his team have, specifically on the zoning and regulatory pieces. Looking at what else in this. I'm glad to answer sort of any questions you folks may have. This is really designed to be a tool that is meant to help communities like Barnstable address the housing crisis. I really think you should take your due diligence on this, ask lots of questions. I think the advantage that Barnstable has that, towns on the Outer Cape, have less of, right, is that you have an opportunity to get ahead of this problem. On the Outer Cape, we are rapidly eroding as a year-round community. We have a very old population. We're geographically isolated. These are the communities that are furthest from a hospital anywhere in the Commonwealth. The challenges that Nantucket and the Vineyard are facing truly are dire. Our communities are eroding faster than anything that's happening with the climate crisis. I think Barnstable has an opportunity to get ahead of this, to be really deliberative, especially about this attainable housing component of this. And this is really meant to be a toolkit to really fill in the gaps and to give you more options beyond just multifamily tools that exist. So I'm glad to turn this over to Jim. Glad to answer any questions you folks may have. And we'll continue to just be available for you folks.
Thank you, Senator. What I'd like to do is just hold some questions because Jim very well may have the answers in his presentation. So if you could, Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you, Senator Sear, for that great introduction to the seasonal communities designation and the law that he worked so hard to get to this point. As I think all the town council knows and the public knows, once the law is in place, then it goes towards regulations. How do you implement that law? And that's where we are today. So the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities has designated the town of Barnstable as a seasonal community. So we are designated, but now we have to consider whether or not to accept that designation. As you heard, it's not something that we have to do immediately. We can take our time and consider what is before us before we ultimately decide whether or not to accept that designation. The objective is to provide municipalities that experience substantial seasonal housing and workforce pressure with tools to create year-round attainable and affordable housing. A municipality that has received a seasonal community designation shall accept or deny such designation by majority vote of the municipal legislative body. So at some point when you want to bring this forward to a vote, this town council will make that decision and it's a majority vote. So as part of the regulations that have recently come out, there are two shalls. So two things that the council, if you were to accept the designation, must proceed with, and those are two zoning requirements, and I'll get into the details. There are a number of can-dos, and I'll go over all the tools that Senator Sear has laid out, which are potentially great tools for the town of Barnstable. But before we get to that, I think it's important to understand what the shalls are. So when you accept the designation, if you were to accept the designation, you now have 2 years, essentially 24 months to from that exception to develop out zoning in two buckets: one, tiny homes, and two, undersized lots. Both of these being as of right zoning. At the moment, so a number of communities have accepted the designation, but in checking with the OHLC, the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities last week, no community has fully compliant zoning at this time. Many communities have felt their way through some, but as you just heard, regulations have just come out. So, it's a work in progress for many communities. So at this time, I know I've been asked to provide some models of zoning that have come into compliance. Well, in fact, there are none at this time. So the first item to consider is the permit tiny homes to be built and used as year-round housing. So tiny homes, seasonal communities shall amend their zoning to allow tiny homes as of right in all single-family residential zoning districts. So in the regulations, you'll read single-family zoning districts. We had to clarify with the OHLC. In fact, they're referring to all single-family residential zoning districts. What that means is the yellow. The yellow in the town of Barnstable is our single-family zoning districts. Those are areas in which we allow for single-family, and probably not surprising, right? I mean, in Hyannis, we have our multifamily housing, we have our industrial area, we have our commercial area, and the balance is single-family housing. We have our small village centers as well, as you kind of could probably pull out from this. So what is a tiny home? A tiny home is a detached dwelling unit that is a principal dwelling on a lot and is not more than 400 square feet floor area. That is important, and that's a clarifying point that UHLC has made, that tiny home is in fact a principal dwelling. What that means is in the town of Barnstable and likely much of the Cape, a single lot can only have one principal dwelling. So you can have a tiny home, you can't have another structure, your home, like a larger home, for instance, on the lot. It's the tiny home. So if we're talking about, our single-family zoning districts, to the left of that map, to the west of Barnstable, we have 2-acre zoning. So you have a 2 acres and a 400 square foot tiny home. That, in my opinion, I don't think that was the original intent. Senator Sear could certainly clarify that, but I don't think that was the original intent. And I'll talk about local context about how we might be able to work to better that in the future. For tiny homes, you can prohibit movable tiny homes, so including trailers or auto homes, so not on a foundation. Tiny homes will be as of right, and with 2 items. So the property must contain a restrictive covenant that requires the property to be owner occupied for no less than 10 months in a 12-month period. So including a tiny home and make it year-round housing. And then a tiny home must comply with all the building code requirements. I will note too, as of today, like this moment, one could pull a building permit for a tiny home on a lot. It would be a primary structure, and it would have to meet the building code requirements. So with or without the adoption of seasonal communities as it's laid out, it's very similar, though I will note the seasonal communities designation does require year-round housing, so that would assist in that regard. So local context, as I mentioned, under Barnstable zoning ordinance 247 F1, unless provided otherwise, a single lot shall not contain more than one principal permitted building. So again, we're talking that tiny home would be that principal permitted building. And so unless the regulations are revised or the town of Barnstable amends its zoning, a property owner would not be permitted to develop things like cottage clusters, which I've listened to a lot of the presentations that built up to this law, and I think that was one of the interesting driving forces to this. And at the moment, this wouldn't be allowed to be constructed. So the other pot here is the permit year-round attainable residential development on undersized lots. So seasonal communities shall amend their zoning. So this is the second shall. So amend their zoning to allow attainable housing units on undersized lots as of right in all single-family residential zoning districts. So right back to this map, potential for undersized lots in the yellow. So the definitions here, undersized lot, a lot that at the time of recording or endorsement is located in a single-family zoning district and does not meet the minimum lot size requirements for zoning districts and does not merge with an adjacent lot under common ownership. That's an important second aspect to this. Gets kind of in the weeds, but whenever someone has a vacant undersized lot, we have to confirm, or the building commissioner has to confirm that there is no common ownership, otherwise they merge. So that is, again, kind of in the weeds, but it's an important aspect because that kind of removes several, or potentially many undersized lots that could potentially benefit from this. Yes, ma'am.
Classify as an undersized lot. How many?
Good.
Next slide.
Councilor
No worries. So real quick, so just want to give the definition of attainable unit. So a dwelling that contains restrictions requiring the owner to occupy the unit, again, not less than 10 months. So we're targeting year-round housing and have an income that does not exceed 250% of area median income. So it's significantly higher than as many of our inclusionary housing ordinances or any of the affordable discussions that we talk about, 65% here in Barnstable or 80% if you're doing a comprehensive permit. So this is that more than, this is workforce housing is the target there. So what is an undersized lot? So we asked that very same question when the first draft of the regulations came out because that definition was what we got. But then UHLC and the Seasonal Communities Committee worked hard to further that definition. So lot size is at least 10,000 square feet or 25% of the minimum lot size of the zoning district. So all those yellow has a number of different zoning districts. And so for instance, for our 2 acre zoning, which is west of town, would essentially be a half acre zoning. So it would be a quarter essentially of is an undersized lot. It also has setback requirements. So no more than 1 foot for every 1,000 square feet. And we had clarified because it doesn't provide guidance beyond just the word setback. So it is on all sides, front, sides, rear, and a maximum permissible setback of 15 and frontage of 20. So again, in local context here, so if you were to adopt and we move forward with the shalls, so the second aspect of the undersized lot, if the town of Barnstable accepts the seasonal communities, undersized lots would range between 10,000 square feet and 21,780 square feet, with setbacks ranging from 10 feet to 15 feet. So if you have an undersized lot and you're putting a structure on it for attainable housing, it would be on a lot that is ranging between those, depending on what underlying district you're in. And you would have setbacks that are honestly very similar to what we have today. Now, the second bullet is important, and I hope we can work together to further this. It's unclear if a property owner is able to use the regulations as a basis for creating new undersized lots via subdivision of an existing lot. So, for instance, you have a large lot, say a farm or what have you, 10 acres, let's say, and it's 2 acres zoning, so you're carving that up, and so you're getting maybe 4 lots because you got to put a road in or something. So now we're multiplying that by 4, right? So there's a big difference in terms of this yellow, whether we're talking about the existing lots today, or we want to pursue potential for someone to come in with a subdivision and create new lots that are undersized. And we chatted with the OHLC, and we don't have clear guidance as of yet. So I think that's something that, as Senator Sear mentioned, could be cleared up in maybe the next round. So those are the 2 shalls. And then there's a number of tools that are provided to communities that accept this designation. And you heard a lot of them already. So I'll just tick through them kind of quickly because we've really touched on much of them. But create year-round housing for artists and create year-round housing occupational restrictions. So we could potentially require and hold and enforce year-round restrictions for new units in order to make them or add to our year-round inventory. Year-round housing trust. So right now we have a housing trust, but this would essentially create a different one or expand upon the existing that would provide for the creation and preservation of that attainable housing. So right now our housing trust is very specific to the affordable. Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Deleuze, could you wait to the end, please?
I'm sorry?
Could you wait to the end and we'll all ask questions? Thank you.
So next item would be housing preference for essential public employees, as you heard. Obviously, a high need for workforce assistance and a housing preference could be provided. I do want to be clear here. This is a preference. While that is exceptional and a great tool, just want to clarify for everyone that this wouldn't be something that is a deed restricted unit. So typically we talk in the form of deed restrictions where this will be affordable in perpetuity or affordable for 30 years. This would be as it comes on the market. There would be likely a lottery, and we would make sure that essential public employees would have a preference to be in the front of that line. And obviously this is subject to all the fair housing laws. These are federal fair housing laws, so it makes sense that you can't rise above that as this is a state law. Residential exemption, seasonal community that adopts this could have the exemption rise to 50% of the average assessed value of all class and residential. So as you know, that's an annual discussion that the council has. This would allow you to raise that up to no more than 50%. There's also funding available through this designation. So as many state programs come online, they also have a grant program that assists here. This is no different. So a seasonal communities grant program, planning and zoning activities. So grants, you can seek funding to utilize this for activities related to housing needs assessment. You can look at local action for housing development, so funding for housing development projects or technical assistance for the year-round or to establish a year-round housing trust fund. You can also do it for public horizontal infrastructure, so supporting housing within the seasonal communities for year-round housing, so things like sewers and streets, et cetera. The recent iteration of grants that just pulled from the website yesterday, it's approximately $60,000 to $175,000 per community that was awarded this past year. So on Cape Cod, as you heard, many have approved the designation. So most communities are going to town meeting, and so Brewster and Dennis just went through that. I believe also Falmouth just went through that this town meeting. And so we, as the town of Barnstable, can consider that, as at the time is appropriate, whether or not to accept that designation. That acceptance, of course, would then require us to move forward with those two early shells and would open up the door to all those tools and the grants that I listed. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilor Deleuze?
I would just make one piece, and I wish we linked up on this presentation before, because I would have let Jim go first with all this good information, and we would have could have clarified some of the pieces. On the zoning requirements piece, what we're basically saying here is you can do these things if it's for year-round housing, right? This is sort of all predicated on year-round housing piece, so it has to be for year-round attainable housing. We're basically beginning to create sort of this middle market housing. The critique you hear from neighbors at the post office on Facebook, right, is, oh, this housing isn't, I can't afford this housing. This housing isn't for local folks. And what it's beginning to aim to do is to have some tools that have smaller scale, attainable housing sort of development. We don't actually think that and this is where it's helpful to have some towns going first. I don't think some of these, I think there's going to be onesie twosies that are used, right? Just the how projects pencil out and what makes sense, but that's sort of the intention. and is why it's all predicated on it has to be year-round attainable housing, which I think is important. And ultimately, I think where we're going to go with this ultimately, right, is that we'll work to have the ability to have attainability included in an inclusionary zoning bylaw, right? I mean, Barnstable has used inclusionary zoning quite, aggressively in recent years. One thing we've talked about is around 40B, right? And trying to, this is an uphill battle, but if we were able to sort of reform 40B in some way and say, hey, look, in a seasonal community, just having 25% affordable doesn't cut it, right? We know that all those 75% of the other units are all going to go to second, third homes, right? How do you have an attainability component into that? So that's really sort of the framework around this as it's being, as this is sort of being rolled out and developed. I should have also said much of this policy is modeled after what other resort destinations are doing. So we look to the Colorado ski towns, Aspen and Vail, Colorado, and also to the Hamptons. They have used basically a year-round deed restriction model where existing units are preserved, new units that are built are preserved as year-round housing with a deed restriction. They fund that via a transfer fee, transfer tax on high-end real estate transactions. You could fund that in other ways as well. The reality of that seasonal communities is basically a toolkit to address these issues. You'll need a very substantial revenue source to really make a dent in ultimately the problem. But our friends on Nantucket and the Vineyard and the Outer Cape are sort of leading the charge and trying to figure out that revenue piece of it. So lots of things to mull over and think about. Glad to bring additional expertise as well from the state, and certainly can work with Jim on answering any of these questions and as we sort of refine things further.
Thank you. Councilor Duluth, did you have a question?
And say if you want me to answer or Jim, we'll go back and forth. We're a good tag team.
Go ahead, Councilor Duluth.
Just speak?
Just speak.
Okay. Directed to either one of you who can answer it. What are you looking at for the average rent for these units?
That is a really good question. So, do you have the AMI? Don't have it on me now, sir. You know what? It's late. Let's get you a map of what we're talking about with different AMI
What kind
pieces.
of parking are you going to have for these units? Kind of don't want to have the same problem we got now.
So the parking piece would be up to you. This is silent on parking requirements, and the state doesn't limit parking requirements currently.
Okay.
Councilor Ledke.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Great presentations by both Senator Sear and Jim Kupfer. I guess for Senator Sear, it doesn't sound like there's an a la carte, although you said some people may just pick some of the tools in there, and Jim had mentioned the 2 requirements. So let's say we sign up for this, and you said this is a living program.
Yep.
And it morphs into something else that's required, and we say, oh, no, we don't like that, we're out. How do we get out?
You can vote to get out. In the same way, I believe you may need a 2/3 vote, I think, to get out. It's sort of designed similar to how we did the Cape and Islands Water Protection Fund. Basically, if you're receiving dollars from the state. So yeah, it would be, I mean, for you folks, it's a lot easier. You're not going to town meeting and doing a
Right.
2/3 vote at town meeting. You're just looking at your town council as your legislative body. So it makes, I mean, for Barnstable, this is a lot easier, right? Because you don't have the whole town meeting work, which is,
Right.
its own sort of process.
Yeah, no, I really like the attainable piece, and I'm glad you mentioned the Gateway City. I mean, that sets
Yeah.
us apart.
I mean, this is really designed to be a gateway cities for seasonal communities.
Right.
But I really want to be candid. This program is like, we're still building this, right? And so, if you're Nantucket, you wanted these tools like a decade ago. And, the scale of their crisis, I mean, it's like, I represent Nantucket. I go there all the time. And the scale of what they're dealing with, we're talking about $1 million a unit now on the island. They needed this yesterday. Of course, they're adopting this. You should take your due diligence. You should figure this out. I think the zoning, the 2 requirements here are pretty minimal, and I think broadly are going to be used only in sort of specific cases, right? There's an undersized lot in an existing subdivision where you could build year-round housing. great, we can build an attainable home that someone can afford. I don't think you'll see developers opting to take a large tract of land and, you know, if you're in the business of development, you're probably going to want to be maximizing your profits and how things pencil out. By making things attainable, you're basically capping what you can sell it for, right? So this is about having a series of tools that can be deployed around year-round housing. Yeah.
And the other question, this also applies out west. Have any western towns?
No, so the Berkshire towns, some of them may haven't considered it at their town meeting this year, and so stay tuned on this. But basically, the Berkshires is actually in a very similar position as sort of Barnstable, right? Where they got a housing crisis. They're not Nantucket. They're not Provincetown. They're kind of going there, and so they're dipping their toe in. They're sort of figuring out if this works for them. My understanding is that some of them adopted or put this before their town meeting. Thoughts I haven't tracked exactly what happened, but we can follow up with that.
And the final thing would be the mechanism for the changes to make this thing living. You talked about this committee. I assume the committee would, but it has to go through the legislature, correct?
So there's a seasonal communities advisory council, which actually has a number of Cape Codders who sit on it. Representative Diggs and I both sit on that council. And the council in the last year has really focused on saying, all right, how do we advise on the development of regulations? And then also what's missing, right? What's not working? If you want to have a year-round deed restriction program, we need to go into the section of state law that allows you to have year-round deed restrictions of perpetuity. We're going to have to make that fix. I think now going forward, the Seasonal Communities Advisory Council is going to say, all right, what else do we need to have? One program that's actually been very successful that you don't need statutory authority to offer is a lease to locals program. This is something that a number of the Outer Cape towns and the island towns have done, where basically the town comes in and says to landlords, hey, look, you can make this renting short term, for 10, 15, 20 weeks in the summer. You'd make this renting year round. We'll actually pay you the difference, right? To make that a year round unit. You don't need statutory authority to do that. What seasonal communities and HLC could help do is give you a template around how you do that, provide technical assistance on how you'd go about doing it. So this is very much, the advisory council is really designed to help us sort of flesh out and figure out what other tools that our communities could use. If it's statutory, it comes back to the legislature and we got to pass it. A lot of it can probably be done programmatically or in a regulatory way. Great questions.
Thank you. Anyone else on my right? On my left? Councilor Keene?
Just a quick question about tiny homes, which is, it's a space 20 by 20, right? Who is the intended occupant that would stay there year round, or occupants? Who's it designed for, in other words?
I mean, as someone who just bought a 413 square foot condo in Provincetown
Yeah.
for an obscene amount of money, over $1,000 a square foot, I know I have a lot of constituents who would love to have a stable year-round home that was 200 square feet, 400 square feet.
We're thinking about workforce housing, for example. I mean, I would think that there would be people would eventually want families. They're coupled up. They may even have kids. I can't imagine those folks living in 400 square feet.
Yeah, I think the tiny home piece or the cottage piece of this is sort of a specific housing option that, frankly, people are already doing this, in a very unsafe sort of way, right? We all know people who are living in a shed, living in a little shack, little thing. So I just want to be really clear, particularly the zoning components of this are not a panacea. They're not going to solve their problem. They're probably little tools that might make a difference around the edges. And I think we should be honest that we already have people who are living in substandard tiny housing. Let's work to make that, official. We're trying to do that with ADUs. By the way, in seasonal communities, we're trying to fix ADUs so we can make it year round. But really, I think we'll see a handful or sort of a dozen of these structures, several dozen of these structures sort of across communities. I don't think this will be a major. In all honesty, the hole that we're in is so deep that they're like, I wish there was like one policy. I could say, hey, look, if we just did this one thing, this would like solve the housing crisis in the Cape and Islands. I wish this was like wastewater, right? Where we had the Cape and Islands Water Protection Fund. We basically say, hey, look, let's take a 2.75% surcharge. You know, Will, you worked with us on this, right? 2.75% surcharge, like convention centers do. We're going to put it into a dedicated pot of money. We're going to share that money. And guess what? It's already $360 million in other people's money that have realized over $1.4 billion in sewer projects. Right? It's been the game changer environmental policy for Cape Cod. I was proud to co-author this. I wish we had a similar solution on housing. We don't. I think we're going to have to advance a whole host of smaller, more narrow policies to preserve year-round housing.
Okay. Thank you.
I wish it was that simple. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Scheingold.
Yes. So, mentioning the sewer project and sewer funds, it seems to me to be better to put new housing, tiny homes or other, in areas that are or will be soon sewered. What's the interaction, and does the law limit the town's ability to focus new housing in areas that are or will be sewered soon?
No, the law is silent on seasonal communities, is silent on environmental and public health regulations. So you got to play within the we have a whole nitrogen sensitive area designation from DEP and a whole list of really extensive work that the town of Barnstable has done with their comprehensive water planning. So that would all sort of apply. I would agree, right? Why is sewering so critical? It stewards our environment. It cleans up our polluted estuaries. And by the way, when you have sewer, you can build more densely within existing villages, and how Cape Cod sort of historically was always built until sort of a certain post-war suburban building boom, right? Which has actually caused a whole host of ecological challenges because of our sort of failure to adequately deal with waste, right? We didn't take advantage of federally subsidized sewers in the 70s and the 80s when the federal government came and said, hey, we'll pay for 90% of the cost. But no, this law is silent on that, right? So all the criteria that exists currently has to be met.
Okay, so there's flexibility to try to achieve multiple objectives at the same time.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Crowe.
Yeah, thank you. First, a quick thing is, Jim, can you tell me if we decide to adopt it, it's a majority vote, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, my question is that when it requires a zoning change, and that usually is a 3/4, and why is this different? And also, if we decided to accept it and then it comes back, you just mentioned that we would have to be a 3/4 vote.
2/3.
Why is it that we vote to get it in on a simple majority, but we want to get rid of it, we have to do it on a 3/4? Can you tell me?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Crowe. So I'll address the first part and then I'll hand that off to Senator Sear. But so yes, a majority vote to accept the designation, but the zoning aspect, those two shalls still have to go through the same zoning process that the town of Barnstable does. And I would imagine that if this town or the town council chose to move forward with the designation, your very next step is to send those two shalls to your zoning subcommittee for consideration and recommendation back through the process. And as you guys are very well aware of the zoning process, that would not change. The zoning subcommittee give a recommendation. It goes to the town council for a first read, over to the planning board for their recommendation, and then ultimately to the town council again for consideration. The only thing that I would need to review and confirm before giving you a definitive answer on the quantum of vote is if this would also be in line with housing choice. So these are housing related zoning initiatives, which ultimately under Mass General Law does revert to simple majority. So that's something that we would need to clarify and get back to you before you move forward with this, unless Senator Sear has a clarifier.
You answered that better than I
Yeah, and Jim, I've got something else. It seems like we're building these for firemen, policemen, et cetera. But why is it always the artists that get into these negotiations? Why are they any different from any other worker? And why would we even have that designation included in this? Because they're not essential workers.
Okay, so I can start with that, and I don't know if senators here may want to expand upon, but yes, so that is not in the shall, so that is something, a tool for consideration. So the town of Barnstable isn't required to move forward with that tool to assist artists. I will say artists are something, the creative economy is something that we historically have nourished or supported here on Cape Cod. And so that is something, that's why that is a repetitive theme you'll see here in the town of Barnstable and others, is that all throughout Cape Cod, and especially in the town of Barnstable, especially in our location on the High Arts campus, we are very much supportive of our artist community. And so I would somewhat disagree that they aren't essential employees. They are certainly important employees that I think have been recognized through the seasonal communities designation as important. So that would be my take on it. I don't know.
Can I borrow him to take him? No, Jim's doing a great job answering these questions. This is great. No, Jim answered that really well. This was a request that came from the town of Provincetown, which has an arts colony and wants the ability to sort of really steward and preserve this. This is an optional tool. I should also say with all these tools, until you come up with a big pot of money, it's going to be really hard to execute this for folks who are familiar, or even in all that we have to do to pull together financing to make even existing affordable housing or current affordable housing projects work through LIHTC and a whole host of resources. It's quite complicated. So until we come up with a really significant revenue source here, it's probably unlikely that we'll see communities be able to move forward at scale with much of this, just being candid. But yeah, would love to borrow Jim. It's great. You guys have a great town planner.
Thank you.
Just one more thing is that I think you said, Jim, that if we enact this, then there'll be only one unit allowed on a single piece of land. And is that something that's been changed? Because I understand that that it can be multiple units of whether they be primary home, then a ADU, and then one of these small homes. Which is correct? Did I hear you wrong?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Crow. I don't. It's perfectly reasonable to be confused on that, because that was the dialogue early on, and again, I think maybe that was the original intent here. But as I pull up here, the definition, the principal dwelling, that is key. That wasn't in the original regulations, and once they they being the state EOHLC finally adopted the regulations, they clarified it's a principal dwelling, and that's important for us as the town of Barnstable, because locally we can only have one principal dwelling on a lot in a single family zoning district. So that tiny home is allowed. And now the ADU is also technically allowed, because remember several months ago, we adopted that accessory dwelling unit ordinance that came through the same Homes Act. But it's key to remember that the ADU has to be 50% of the primary structure. So if you are to utilize this, you would put a tiny home that's a 400 square foot, up to 400 square foot, and then accessory dwelling unit, which would be 50%, so up to 200 square feet. So that's technically through the regulations, what could be allowed. Now that third house wouldn't be in play here at this point. And so our office will certainly continue to monitor if the law or the regulations change and report back to the council if it does.
Right. Thanks, Jim.
I'll only add this was a change that the Seasonal Communities Advisory Council recommended. There's some technical changes that are needed, so I would stay tuned on that.
Thank you. Councilor Boone?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, both of you, for the presentation. Senator Sear, my heart has sunk into my abdomen hearing your honest assessment of where this is all going. Starting with the islands and the Lower Cape, and it's gradually coming this way. I'm alarmed. It makes me fear for the future of I just wonder, like for instance, in Truro, once the workforce who maybe inherited a home, once they come to a point where they can't keep up with repairs and decide to sell, it's going to go to a wealthy person, and there's one less worker in town. And here in Hyannis, I feel like our answer with 90% market rate housing and 10% affordable is not solving any problems. I see these tools as being, they're kind of like Band-Aids, and we're not even sure if we even have the money to go through with this stuff. I think I'm alarmed. I think what's needed, it seems to me almost like an overhaul of the financial situation. Is capitalism, reaching its point of it's not solving these problems that it's favoring wealthy people and not working class people. I'm really concerned. I'm worried about it.
Thank you.
It's after 9, so I'm gonna save. I don't trust myself to give a whole kind of broad ranging commentary about where we are currently in our real estate market and our capitalism and all this sort of stuff. But I would just say, to give a little hope here, is we actually have models in places that have gone a long way to solving this problem. In Vail, Colorado, a third of their housing stock in Vail are year-round deed restricted to the Vail and Deed program, are year-round deed restricted homes. That you have to be there as a year-round person, year-round residency. The year-round deed restriction, right? The value of our homes, so much of the value of the homes here, and in Aspen and Vail and in the Hamptons, right? The value is, what it rents for by the night. For us in July and August, in Colorado, in the ski towns, like in the winter, right? So by not allowing it to be rented out short term or be used on a seasonal basis, that brings the value down. And that program has been quite successful. So we have models that have actually worked. I worry that this is a program that was put in place 20 years ago. The Vail and Deed program started 20 years ago. Here we are just trying to get this off the ground. And in places like Nantucket and the Vineyard, which have put tremendous resources into figuring this out. I will say this, I do not encounter, I have the honor and the awesome job of getting to go all around this peninsula and work with all sorts of wonderful folks across Cape Cod and the islands. I do not encounter a person who's in the business of running something, right? A town, a school, or fire department, a business, leaders of all stripes. Everyone understands that we have a housing crisis here. I think there's real consensus on that. I think what we got to figure out and understand is what tools can we deploy, what other tools and resources that the state can step in and provide. But really, I see a real strong consensus around addressing this crisis. I think housing can be complicated. I also think that people understand housing kind of through how they were able to access housing, right? And I think things have changed dramatically. Median age of a first-time home buyer in this country is my age, 40 years old. That was not the case in prior generations. When we have something very structurally broken in our housing market in this country and in this Commonwealth. Massachusetts, by the way, so I chair the housing committee. We are, we're in a very deep hole. We need to build about 250,000 units across the Commonwealth in the next decade. Massachusetts, the first 3 months of 2026 U.S. Census data, looking at building permits per capita, basically how much is each state building? Massachusetts is dead last. We're 50th in the country of all 50 states in permits pulled per capita. California, which is a major problem, is building 3 times that much per capita. So we're in a really deep hole, but there's real consensus on this issue. And frankly, we're not inventing this from scratch. We've got actually models we can look to. We have to tailor them for Cape Cod. We have to tailor them for the islands. I think the other challenging piece for us, right? If you look at the other models, they do this by county, right? They're sort of larger jurisdictions. They have home rule. They don't have to go to the legislature asking for some of these tools. So in our parochialism and our small townness here, we're looking at replicating models that they've done at sort of slightly larger county scale. But I really do have hope in the consensus that I see in the region on addressing this issue. I feel like we're where we were on wastewater a decade ago, right, Wendy? Which I think is good. We solved wastewater largely. I mean, we had a lot of work to do, but we made a big dent there. And I think we have a model that we can replicate, and we just have to get our heads around it. And it's really complicated stuff. And I'd urge you folks, take your time. There's no rush on this. I'm glad to come back as many times as you would like, bring whatever resources we can. And also, if there are policies that you need state approval from that are not in seasonal communities, like I want to hear it, because this is really, we want this to be something that can grow and to support this community and all of our communities here. So thank you for those comments.
Thank you. Senator, one of the tools in the toolbox is the residential exemption. Here in Barnstable, we have kind of a unique situation that we have 5 fire districts. And the fire districts are taxing authorities. I don't know if you're familiar with the concept, but they're taxing authorities, but they are not able to offer a residential exemption. And I wonder if that's something that could be built in, not necessarily just for the seasonal communities, but depending on the district, it can be a substantial portion of your taxes, and it cannot be reduced because they're not eligible to use the residential exemption. So
that's a fabulous question and a great suggestion. And I think would be something that we should look at, either in the context of seasonal communities or more broadly.
Right.
What I like about seasonal communities is from a statewide perspective, there's sort of an understanding that like, okay, you guys are dealing with some different stuff on Cape Cod and the islands and in the Berkshires is sort of different. We don't have to think about the sort of statewide implications of this, but that's a really good idea.
thank you. Councilor Crowe, another question?
Yeah, one last thing I wanted to mention is that we go through all these hoops and have all these plans, but I think one most effective plan would be to regulate short-term rentals. And where has that gone? Okay, we're making efforts to get around that and make it, but why don't we just go after that where we could take a number of units back and make it more difficult for second homeowners to call this a second home when they would have a problem paying off without short-term rentals. So why are we not concentrating on that, which is would eliminate a large percentage of this problem?
Sir, it's a great question. The legislature passed a law in 2018 that allows communities to regulate short-term rentals. Up to the community. It could either be from a laissez-faire approach to a much more aggressive one. So from a statutory tool perspective, my understanding is that Barnstable and all the towns in the Cape Islands have tools here. If there are suggestions around how we could strengthen that law, I'm all ears. By the way, this is the law that we also adopted and passed the Cape Islands Water Protection Fund through that. So I'm all ears, though my understanding, Councilor, is that this is up to the municipality to implement tools and regulations from the state that the state has allowed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Senator Sear, thank you. Thank you for your work on seasonal communities, and thank you for your time tonight. We're going to take 5 minutes, and it's 21:19. We'll be back at 21:25. How's that? 6 minutes. Yep. No. That's fine. I mean, we, some respect, we'll let it run proposals first, because we workshops, yeah. Okay, we will resume. One quick clarification. We had been talking earlier about the student civic action projects. They're Friday, June 12th. I gave the wrong hours. They're Friday, June 12th between 9:30 a.m. and 11 a.m. in the Barnstable High School Innovation Learning Library. And they did. I've gone the last 2 years and they've got some fantastic projects that the students have done. Okay. With the indulgence of the council, I would like to please move up 2026-024. Resolve to approve the resubmission regarding the airport. And Councilor Crocker, that's the very last item, pages 72, 73. If you could read that in, please.
Certainly, Mr. President. This is under new items and may be acted upon with a majority vote. This is item number 2026-204. Resolve to approve the resubmission of substantially the same subject as the Town Council item 2026-139 within 6 months of the date of rejection of said item as written.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. At this point, I'll recognize Karen Nober. I do recognize you.
Thank you, President Tamish. Karen Nober, Town Attorney. I figured I would just explain the procedural aspects, and then if you had any question about the actual item, Mike Nelson is here. So at the Town Council meeting on April 16th, the Town Council rejected item number 2026-139, which was an appropriation and loan order in the amount of $65,000 for the purpose of funding the permitting for Taxiway D and Runway 1533 Extension Project, and that required a 2/3 vote of the full council to pass because it was a loan order. That item did not pass. It did not get the required 2/3 vote. So the airport would like to bring back to the council basically a reworked version of that item, which would just be an appropriation request. It would not be an appropriation and loan order, and they would use their airport reserves as the funding source. That item would require an affirmative vote of 7 councilors to pass, not 2/3, the full majority of the council. So under the town council rules, if a measure is rejected by the council, any item that is substantially the same cannot be brought back within 6 months unless the council authorizes that. So this vote is a request for the council to authorize bringing that item back in its reworked state within 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for either Mr. Nelson or Attorney Nober?
I just have a procedural question. So would we be voting just on sort of reconsidering it? Or would we be voting both reconsidering it and then voting the revised proposal to use the funding from their reserves?
Yeah, it's not actually a vote to reconsider it. So the vote tonight would be to simply say, we will allow you to bring back this new request that is, it's substantially the same, but it's not exactly the same because it's been reworked. So it would just allow them to bring that back as a new request.
But we're not voting tonight on funding it through the reserves.
You would not be voting on the item at all. You would, if you vote yes, you would simply be saying you can bring that agenda item back and then you will take a vote on that.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Councilor Ledke?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Manager Nelson about why you're doing this, why you're bringing it back when it was voted down.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Good evening, everybody. And I left that meeting under the belief that it had passed. And I rewatched the video quite a few times. And it passed with 2/3 of the councilors that were present that evening and voting. And I did not know until it was brought to me a few days ago or a couple of weeks ago that it had not passed and it was rejected. So I was told of that informally. And as I spoke that night about using the airport reserves, that's what I planned on doing anyways, as we found out tonight. We're still in that same status. So I don't really favor borrowing money anyways. It was just written as an appropriation loan order. So I'm coming back asking to be able to resubmit within 6 months of just use the reserves from the airport. If you guys reject it tonight, I'm just going to come back in 6 months with the rewritten request. That's all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And can I ask, what will be what's going to be the change? Only the source of the funding. Everything else will
Correct.
remain identical.
Yeah, it's consistent with what I said that night, that we're probably going to be using reserves for the highest priority items on the CIP list, of which everything had passed to my knowledge until recently.
So a yes vote tonight, you bring it back in a month. A no vote, you bring it back in 6 months. Is that what you're saying?
Most likely.
But 6 months would put you beyond the fiscal year of the government. So you could not, or what does it put you in the next fiscal year?
It puts us in the application year for fiscal year 27 for the federal government, which starts October 1st of 2026.
But because you have said, like with the hard stands, that you would try to apply, even though you did that with reserves, you would try, if possible, to get FAA grants for that.
If it becomes available,
So that would be the same case for this.
yes. Well, regardless of appropriation loan, it just gives us the authorization to borrow the money. And regardless of whether we take a grant or not, and we still have, the way it's usually written, the ability to pay it down with the grant.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing up, Council Bloom.
Is this, Mr. Nelson, is this a doubling down on an effort to extend the runway? Would you call it that?
Just permitting for the extension
With
and the taxiway.
Eventual intention of
Correct.
extending the runway.
Yes.
Okay. As you know, I said last time that I'm not happy about extending the runway. This past weekend only served to confirm that in my mind, with all the jets screaming overhead. I think that, the folks in Hyannis, with the let's call it noise pollution. I'm more concerned even about light pollution. I have a 6-inch telescope, and it's been greatly diminished in looking for things out there. And it's kind of sad. And I sit here with my body saturated with PFAS because of firefighting foam from the county and from the airport. And, I'm wondering, what's in it for the people of Hyannis? Because, a lot of these people are very wealthy people, in their private jets, and I'm not trying to shut down the airport or anything, but I'm just concerned about bigger jets, more noise, more pollution. I guess that's all I have to say. And so, even though I did vote in favor of the issue last time, I'm going to vote no this time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Betty?
Yeah, I wanted to add on to what Charlie said. So we're gonna see this again either way, regardless of how we vote tonight. Because as Charlie asked you, you're doubling down on the extension. So it doesn't matter how we vote tonight, we will see this either in a month or 6 months.
There's no guarantees in life. And I have the obligation as the airport manager to do my best for what's best for the airport and in with respect to the community. As far as listening to the presentation prior to this, there's a lot of issues, and Barnstable's not alone. And people look for ways of growth. If the airport doesn't expand or get shut down, as some people would like, we lose a lot of jobs, we lose growth. And my commitment is to do what's best to grow that, keep that airport self-sustaining as best as possible. Taxpayers do not have to worry about funding that source of an airport and the revenue we take in. And also, if that means attempting to properly go about extending a runway, because that is the will of the airport commission and whoever is responsible for approving or not approving that, that's the direction I have to go. That's what I'm charged with. And if you guys respectfully vote against that, that's business. I go home, my family, my friends, and I live my life. But my request is going to be, as long as that's what the commission wants to do and the FAA wants us to do, that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to do my best to do that.
Yeah, no, I think you said some really important things there, Mike. You don't work for the town, you work for the Airport Commission. And the Airport Commission, while appointed by the council, works by and large for the FAA and MassDOT Aviation. So this is our only opportunity to bring the town's perspective. And what I took away was Charlie's point in talking to Senator Sear about kind of the gut punch of Nantucket coming this way. And we know Nantucket is just full of private luxury jets, absolutely jam-packed. They just built a ramp. And we also know a lot of your funding comes from, selling gas to those jets. I also know that up at Bedford Hanscom, which is a joint field, although Hanscom has no aircraft, so it's really just a civilian field, they're having the fight of their lives because Logan doesn't take in most of the corporate jets. I mean, they do have an FBO there, but I think a very modest one. All those corporate jets go into Hanscom Bedford, and there's a fight. Maybe people haven't heard of it, a fight for their lives up there because they're planning a massive expansion of hangar space. And I know in your master plan, you have 3 rather huge hangars planned for the east ramp that certainly would be for that. And it's just a cautionary tale. Be careful what you ask for because, Norma's here, and I've heard the airport commissioners say, people don't understand, we can only do so much. The FAA says this. Well, the FAA stopped the homeless shelter from going into Independence Park. Mr. Els has said that. Chief Sonnabend told me that independently. They stopped housing at the landing. The FAA did this, okay? So some of our plans have been put off the rails. And once you build it, there's nothing you can do to stop that. Do we want to become the Mecca for the private luxury jets? And just as the housing on Nantucket, when they run out of room, they already come here. Do we want to make it even more open? This is incredibly serious. It's an incredibly serious discussion about what we're voting on here. And it sounds like it doesn't matter what we decide tonight because Mike's coming back. But I would hope that maybe in our strategic planning session, we talk about this because with this extension, they're buying easements off the airport. They have easements to the north, kind of where Eversource is, but they want easements everywhere else. This is very big. It's very big, and there's unintended consequences. So I'm just saying, it doesn't matter how we vote tonight. It doesn't matter. So vote as your conscience would tell you. Thank you.
Just a word on the easements. Most, if not all, would be navigation easements, not real estate easements. So might restrict height depending on what the reconstruction of runway 1533 looks like.
Thank you. Councilor Deleuze?
I respect what you said. You have a job to do. So you're going to do it, and I do too. I live in Hyannis. Those planes are going over my house all the time, let alone with ridiculous building and everything else. Poor air quality, poor water quality. And I'm all set. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Ellis, did you have something you wanted to add? Or?
Yes, thank you. Mark Ellis, Town Manager. Just for clarification, I was just referenced relative to making a statement relevant to the FAA. That was not an accurate account of what I said. It was related to the siting of the homeless shelter. In the past, I've never had a conversation with FAA about this. What I was told was when you look to site a facility like that, and it could potentially be located under, and there's various types of landing zones that are identified relevant to an airport, that will impact funding, and a facility like a shelter relies on federal, state, other outside funding sources. So what was said to me, and I believe it to be accurate, is that they would not be able to obtain funding if they fell into one of those areas. And so, but I didn't, what was stated was that they didn't get their money from the town manager said something. I've never said that. I gave the similar description to what I've just said to you. So, and I wasn't representing either the shelter or the airport in that discussion. I was like a third party sitting in group discussions relevant to this. Just wanted to clarify the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ledke?
Thank you, Mark, for the clarification. I didn't mean to misspeak, but my point was that some things that we've tried to do as a community have been held up because of restrictions from the FAA. So thank you for the clarification. Absolutely. My apologies to misrepresent what you said.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Clark,
No.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
No.
Deleuze,
No.
Keen,
Yes.
Ludke.
No.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
No.
Okay, thank you. Penn,
No.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
No.
Burdick.
Yes.
6 and 6.
6 yes, 5 no. Hang on, 1, 2,
There should be
5, 6. Oh, no, it's 6-6.
6-6.
Yep,
So the motion does not pass.
6-6. I did, but I recounted.
Yeah, it's a tie vote. Tie. Motion does not pass. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. The night is moving on, so I want to make sure we get the items that have to be moved to the 11th. So if I could get a motion, please, to refer items 2026-175 through 2026-197 and 2026-0201 as written to individual public hearings to be held on each item at the town council meeting on June 11th, 2025, and item 2026-198 to a second reading on June. Got to do them separately? Okay. Okay. So could I have a motion for the first part to move 2026-175 through 197 plus 2026-0201 to individual public hearings on June 11th?
So moved.
What did I say?
0201.
0201. Okay.
It's 201.
I'm sorry. Okay. Got it. 201.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keen,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you. And I had to do this a little separate. 201, okay. And could I have a motion, please, to refer item 2026-198 to a second reading on June 11th, 2026?
Second.
Motion made and seconded, Madam Clerk?
So moved.
Oh, so moved. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second. Second.
Motion made and seconded. Madam Clerk?
It's getting late.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keen,
Yes.
Levesque, Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker.
Yes.
12 yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go up to 2026-170. First item under old business. Counselor Keen, could you do that, please?
Certainly. This is old business that may be acted upon by a majority vote, 2026-170. Appointments to a board, committee, commission. Comprehensive Financial Advisory Committee, John Vergona, as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2028. Historical Commission, Megan Farrington Greenwell, as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2028. Housing Committee, Megan Mort, as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2027. And finally, Infrastructure and Energy Committee, Jignesh Amin, as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2028.
Second.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Deleuze,
No.
Keen,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
11 to 1.
The motion does pass. Thank you. Counselor Scheingold, if you could do 2026-171, please.
Yes, 2026-171 may be acted upon by majority vote. Reappointments to a board, committee, or commission. Hyannis Main Street Waterfront Historic District Commission. Laura Cronin as a regular member to a term expiring June 30th, 2028. Steamship Authority Port Council, Greg Egan as a Town of Barnstable representative member to a term expiring December 30th, 2028.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Keen,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze.
No.
11 to 1.
Thank you. The motion does pass. Vice President Clark, if you could do 2026-173, please.
Thank you, President Tamish. Agenda item 2026-173. This is old business which may be acted upon with a majority vote. Order authorizing an intergovernmental agreement between the Town of Barnstable and Barnstable County for shared regional housing services.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. I recognize Jim Cupford Director of Planning and Development.
Good evening, everybody. Jim Cupford, Director of Planning and Development. So the town of Barnstable, through its Planning and Development Department, seeks to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Barnstable County for shared regional housing services. This intergovernmental agreement would run for the next fiscal year, so July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, with total payments not to exceed 88,660. The contract also offers an option to renew for one additional year, so that additional fiscal year, so July 1 of 2027 through to June 30th, 2028, if we find that this has been a successful agreement and program. The Regional Housing Services Program provides the town of Barnstable with shared regional coordinated housing planning and technical services. One of the most prioritized technical services that we will be offered is monitoring services. So this directly stems from the town council's discussion of furthering our affordable housing inventory and understanding our deed restrictions and improving upon our subsidized housing inventory. That's a state managed list, and understanding, again, the preparation of compliance reports through our local initiative program and certification that these affordable housing units are being used properly. This again, so the town council had requested us to look at options to pursue this monitoring services. It was furthered through the town council's subcommittee for housing. And this is an initiative to look at this strategically from a regional perspective. It's a lot of redundant administrative actions that are required by every single community. And so this regional program is actually something that has taken off throughout the Commonwealth. And actually, I was a party to one in the Metro West, and I found it to be extremely successful. And it comes at a cost that's less than a staff person. So that's significant in my eyes. And so we have sought to pursue this. We actually, as the town of Barnstable, have been pushing along the county to pursue this. And they have now offered us, they have been able to formalize this program. All the communities on the Cape, with the exception of one community, Sandwich, has chosen not, or all the other communities have chosen to join. Barnstable is a little bit late to the program. The first year of services has been initiated for all the other communities, and that's why you see the cost for the town of Barnstable a little bit higher here for this early years. But if we continue on, you'll see it's half the cost to the early years, because really what the county has committed to do is build up Barnstable to meet all the other communities where they have been working for the past 7 to 8 months on this, so that we would become the priority to come in line with all the other communities. And then if we find this to be acceptable, again, we could opt into the option year. The fiscal impact funding in the amount of $44,330 will come from the Affordable Housing Growth and Development Trust Fund, and $44,330 will be expended from the Planning and Development operating budget. We have looked closely in our operating budget and found opportunities to move some line items around in order to get this into our planning and development operating budget. Again, if we exercise that additional year, it would be retained within the planning and development operating budget as proposed. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think it's fantastic. I think the success of these, both the regulatory agreements and all the agreements we come to with the builders and stuff, I think they're all contingent upon monitoring and making sure they do what they say they do. And I think this is a great way to do it.
I agree. It's a great idea. Just a quick question. Why are we late to the party?
We are late to the party as the contract was offered to us in the fall. Many communities jumped on it from town meeting. We pursued specific funding sources such as the Housing Trust. So we went there first, then we worked through the contract. It took some time. So we are now getting in line, and the county's willing to work with us as we are a big community as part of this. So.
Thank you. Anyone on my right? Councilman Deleuze.
Where are we looking to build these units?
Yep.
Are we going to go out to Katuitt or Centerville?
Understood the question. No, the intergovernment agreement is to monitor the affordable units that exist today. So there's nothing in this is proposing to build anything. This is simply looking at what we have today on the record. So there's deed restrictions that come with all the affordable units, and those get recorded, and then someone has to go out annually and make sure that they're staying in compliance with all those affordable restrictions. And so this will do that. We have not done that in the past. And many other communities are in similar boat, but we're trying to clean that up now.
You kind of didn't answer my question.
No
So are you gonna
building
go-
whatsoever.
Yeah, are you going to go to other places besides Hyannis?
We
for
are,
housing?
yes, we will review the restrictions in every village in the town of Barnstable. This is Barnstable wide. So we have affordable units in each and every village, so we'll be reviewing those equally.
Councilor Lutke?
Thank you. Jim, I agree with President Tamish. This is such a win. It's huge. And I think we all hopefully read the beautiful report the CFAC provided on the operating budget. And when you say, I know we lost our housing coordinator, 3 years ago, and the savings here are incredible to get what we're going to get. Based on the presentation that you and Senator Sear did, language is important. You're talking about affordable, and I think we're talking mostly about subsidized housing inventory. Is there wiggle room in this county program because so many of the municipalities are in seasonal communities? Can this help with some of those attainable toolbox pieces?
Yes, that's a great point. Thank you. At the moment, the scope doesn't include attainable, but we've had those discussions already about that. We don't have a large inventory of attainable deed restrictions at the moment, but we will if we continue to pursue these, or we see developments that are pursuing, such as the Commonwealth Builder Program and others. The state doesn't manage those whatsoever. So we will be certainly looking for someone like this to make sure that those attainable units are doing what they say they were going to do, just like the affordable.
So what is the process then to make these changes now that we're in, or we will be shortly? Is there a board or a body that you bring forward these things?
Yep. So the program is kind of molding as we speak, because this is the first year that they've done it. So they're certainly receptive to hearing what we would like to see as a scope. This is a not to exceed. So we can certainly insert. I'm willing to bet they would be more than happy to look at the attainable deed restrictions as well. And if those service hours begin to pile up, which I don't think there'll be a ton of them, but if the service hours were to pile up, we would have to have a dialogue about whether or not we need to come back to the council to modify the contract. But at this time, I wouldn't see that being an issue whatsoever.
Okay, and just one more question. Because it's something I want to bring to the council for everyone's consideration, and I've had some discussions with Jim about it, mostly with Mark Milne, is the Affordable Housing Rental Tax Program. And that would need some administrative support to do that. And I know President Tamish, you brought that up as a concern. So that would be something specifically, I think, to look at this group. And I don't know, are any other municipalities doing that program right now? Do you know of, Jim?
Yes, some of the other programs are exploring those and have adopted some early stages of that program. So we can learn, we can benefit from that. That's one of the beauties of the regional services, is we can learn from other communities as they're developing up programs, just like they turn to us for many things as well. So, if say a Provincetown or another community, I believe maybe Truro that recently adopted it, if they put out, forms and processes that are successful, and the regional housing service offices providing that service, there's some efficiencies that we could maybe realize in that, and they could potentially do that for us as well.
But again, just kudos, because, a lot of the regional governments were disbanded, and we're fortunate to have ours here. Ours is very lean. I think it does an amazing job with the things it does, and it stays lean. And so kudos, Jim. Thank you so much.
Councilor Crowe?
Hey, Jim, can you just confirm that all this legislation will be, or this item will be on on monitoring and nothing else?
Yeah, so it will be primarily monitoring. They do offer technical guidance. They do offer some support, but we have been very specific in terms of what the town of Barnstable's needs are. So about 90% of this scope will be monitoring. Again, they offer things like virtual workshops. So some of the housing folks can get together and discuss what has worked, what hasn't worked, et cetera. So there are small like technical assistance aspects, but aside from that, yes, 90% of this will be monitoring.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Council Starr?
Oh, thank you. So Mr. Kupfer, who makes the decision to go for the option year? Does it come back here or is it? you?
So I believe as it's set up that it would be administratively approved, but I'm certainly happy to come back and provide you with an update and
That'd be
our
great.
recommendation.
Yeah, if
you'd
you could
like.
come back in a year, I'll make a note. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sure you will, Counselor.
If we opt into it, his question is who decides the opt-in? Yeah. But I can
You can
yeah,
update
provide
us.
an update, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I don't really agree.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselors, Ludke,
Yes.
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold.
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keen,
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you. The motion does pass. Counselor Bloom, if you could do 2026-174, please introduce.
Certainly, Mr. President.
2026-174, appropriation order in the amount of $10,000 in community preservation historic preservation funds for preservation work at the Rothwell Ice House at the Dot Ridge Homestead, located at 1148 Main Street, Katuitt.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. With regard to the public hearings, I'm going to announce the opening and closing of each public hearing without asking for a vote to do so. However, if any counselor objects at any time, then a vote will be taken to open and close the public hearing. If there's no objection, I will open the public hearing at this point, and I recognize Lindsay Council for the rationale.
Thank you, Council President Tamish. Lindsay Council, Chairman of the Community Preservation Committee. In 2024, the Council ordered 2025-032, the Barnstable Town Council appropriated $33,000 in community preservation historic funds to the Historical Society of Santuit and Katuitt for the installation of an HVAC system in the attic of the Dottridge Homestead Museum and restoration of the buttery. The completed work included in the community preservation application cost less than the original budget, resulting in $10,000 of unspent grant funds. At the April 27th, 2026 Community Preservation Committee, the 7 members present voted unanimously to support and recommend the Historic Society's request to use the remaining portion of the Community Preservation Historic Preservation Grant in the amount of $10,000 for a new roof and cedar shingles for the Rothwell Ice House located at the Dottridge Homestead. With me tonight is Molly DeMello, President of the Historical Society, with a very brief PowerPoint.
That's right.
She's going to put it up for you.
This is just a quick explanation, or good evening, everyone. This is a quick explanation of what we have been working on and what we've completed and why we are requesting for the additional funds that weren't used to move on to the Ice House. Okay, I think this is a little bit, let me see how the next There it goes. Great. This was all done with our museum. Phase 2 is the HVAC, and this is the part that was just completed. You can see that the system was put in at the Dottridge Museum and that the HVAC, I believe in that lower corner, and that's a picture of the attic. And then also that is up in the other corner is the old bathroom that since then the plumbing has been removed and we are returning that to its original state as it would be in 1808 as a buttery or also known as a pantry. So there was additional funds, which is very rare. And the plumbing did not cost as much as it was originally estimated. And the HVAC, due to the fact that we had stairs going into the attic, the access was much easier. So we had an overrun of some money, and we, for our annual fund last year, our goal was to repair the ice house. And so we would like the additional funds, that the overrun, to right there, the 10,000 to overrun for the cedar shingles and the roof of the ice house. And we did raise $12,000, so we are working on it too.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who would like to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council discussions, any questions? Councilor Ledke?
Yeah, this is amazing. This is what makes Barnstable special. I mean, those pictures are just stunning. To maintain, we had the presentation, from the historical commission. It's beautiful. I was trying to read it, then disappeared. But you are doing the cedar shingles on the roof as well, right? It's not asphalt?
No, we're replacing exactly as it was.
Okay. No, it's beautiful.
Thank you. Anyone else? Charlie? Excuse me, Councilor Bloom.
Charlie is fine. This is Lindsay Council's last presentation before the town council after decades of working magic in this town and saving so many properties. And I don't know what we're going to do without you. You're a heck of a softball player too. Remember those years? Yeah. I'm going to vote for this because just in honor of Lindsay.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Actually, Councilor Bloom stole my thunder. I was waiting until the article had been voted and then was going to invite Mr. Council, Lindsay, to the podium, but let's get through this vote and then we'll, excuse me, Councilor Shaw.
Yes, I just have a question whether the buttery was actually a pantry, because I bought an 18th century farmhouse with a buttery and it turned out to be an outhouse.
Well, we believe it is a pantry and a buttery for everything that we have found.
Great, that's
Okay,
wonderful.
right.
Enjoyed your presentation.
Okay.
Great, what you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselors, Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keen,
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you. The motion does pass. Lindsay. I just wanted to give a brief, and actually it won't be that brief, summary of Lindsay's service to the town. Lindsay's been volunteering with the town since approximately 1979. He's been on the Conservation Commission from 1979 to 1985 or so, was chairman at one point. Founding member of the Barnstable Land Trust, past president. Open Space Committee, the Sandy Neck Governing Board. He was chairman of that for a period of time. The Arts and Humanities Committee, the Bikeway Committee, chairman of that. The Golf Committee, chairman of that. The Water Resources Advisory Committee, 2015 to 17, he was chairman. The Land Bank Committee, 1996 to 2006, he was the chairman. The Open Space Committee, the Local Comprehensive Plan Committee, he was vice chair. And finally, he found his niche, the Community Preservation Committee, and he was there from 2006 till today, and is currently the chairman. So, Lindsay, we thank you sincerely for your years of service.
Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure, and I've enjoyed just about every bit of it. We've had some tough moments.
We know the
and
feeling.
Some late meetings, but it's been my pleasure, and I'm glad to have made a difference in the town. That's really was my goal. So I'm not going far. I'll be around and still working on some things. But thank you very much for your kind words. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Molly, I apologize to you. I think there was a little bit of confusion about what article you were here for previously in the beginning. So we'll blame Councilor Bloom.
Yeah.
Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Bloom, how about you do introduce 2026-200, please?
Okay. This is old business. It's a public hearing with a majority vote. Item 2026-200 is amending the code of the town of Barnstable, Part 1 General Ordinances, Chapter 86 Funds, Article 3 Revolving Funds, to add a revolving fund for electric vehicle charging stations and to modify the asset management fund.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. If there is no objection, I will open the public hearing. I recognize Dave Anthony for the rationale.
Thank you very much. Good evening, councilors. We have with us Mark Milne, Tom LaRosa, and also Sean Hogan. If there are questions, this has been a cooperative effort to bring forward this request to amend the code of the town of Barnstable, specifically the revolving fund section. There are two parts to this request. The first is a new revolving fund for EV chargers. And the second is an amendment to the existing asset management revolving fund. I'll start with the electric vehicle charging stations. The purpose of this is to establish a dedicated mechanism so that we can collect fees from our municipal EV chargers that are being installed around town. And this is why Sean is here. He deserves the credit for picking this up and really seeing it through. We have a number of chargers at the HYCC that are about to come online, and we have plans for a number of others substantially funded by Eversource and other outside grants. So we have been able to leverage a lot of outside money through his hard work, and he needs to be recognized for that, if you don't mind. But what this mechanism allows us to do is collect the fees when people plug in. The fees come back to us. We can use that then to pay our expenses, which are pretty much the electric bills that go along with it. But this also reserves some money for maintenance. And eventually, because it's a revolving fund, it accumulates money in later years. So if we had to replace one, you would have the funds in order to do that. We use revolving funds in certain cases, and we have the ability to do that. In this case, we would set this up so that the fees come in, the fees go out, and essentially there's zero impact on the general fund. As far as the change to asset management, this is really to bring that particular revolving fund into line with some of the changes to the laws involving how the town can retain proceeds from the sale of town land. Originally, what this had said was it talked about tax foreclosed property only, but we may have some assets that we can dispose of that would obviously come through the town council multiple times in order to get to that point. But what this does is this opens up that asset management revolving fund to kind of consider some of those other properties that may have been acquired through other means. And what this does then is it brings in the way that we could retain any of the profits from those sales in compliance with modified Mass General Law, so that we would bring this revolving fund current. The changes themselves are listed in the rationale as far as what would be changing. Everything from what the point of the revolving funds would be, the modifications that would be, so the exact changes to the ordinance are there. Sir.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who would like to be heard on this matter? Seeing no one online. At this point, I will close the public hearing and open it for council discussion. Any discussion on my right? Council Ledke.
Just a quick question. I had some questions, and I know you answered me earlier by email, so thank you so much for that. This sounds really good. I just wondered, in terms of the electrical rates, are you in sync with rate changes? I mean, in terms of pricing yourself, so you're self-sustaining? How do you make sure you're self-sustaining with the variability in the rates?
So the rate that we would charge to someone who plugged into a public charger is actually a rate that comes before the town manager and is set by the town manager. Through that fee process, through that hearing, we actually would justify any changes to the fee. Currently, we anticipate that the charge would be 28 cents per kilowatt hour. We may find that we need to occasionally adjust that depending on the costs that we have to carry. This would be a municipal account, so we would be able to get that through the municipal rate that we enjoy through Cape Light Compact. And within that 28 cents, there is a very small margin that would be set aside and would be expected to accumulate in that revolving fund. And that's the advantage of the revolving fund, is that at the end of the year, it doesn't all revert back to the general fund. So you're able to, in the first few years when the chargers work perfectly, hopefully, you don't have the maintenance, and you accumulate that so that down the road, if you need to deal with replacement parts or something like that, you have the funds accumulated. But we would revisit whether or not that 28 cents is adequate for what the needs are for the revolving fund, and then we would go through the town manager fee hearings to adjust those, which is a public process, so people would have a chance to see that.
And I think that's annual, right? So is that the frequency is okay for you? It just seems like you have a dynamic program you're just starting. So an annual adjustment is going to suffice?
Yeah, I think we've cooked in, these are new. So until people kind of find them, they're not going to be really popular. We know the existing chargers get a certain amount of use. So we've been able to, and I say we, but it's Sean who's really been able to project what that use was going to be. So it's a good question. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Deleuze.
Where are they?
So this is where I'm going to let Sean talk about the EV charger program, if I could have your indulgence, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Hi, Sean Hogan, Sustainability Manager for Barnstable. They're scattered across Hyannis. The first ones coming in are HYCC. You can go see them now. They're not online yet, but they're physically present, so you can have an idea what they look like. The other sites will be the Armory, which will be just for the town, like municipal fleet charging. Town Hall, basically where you see the chargers now, that'll just be more. North Street, there's a charger that exists right now. There'll be more next to that one, about 8 more next to that one. And the high school, the middle school, and the airport will also get a set, each in groups of 10 plugs, give or take. Also Ocean Street, sorry, I forgot about that one. But that one I feel might get scaled back because of the construction that's taking place there. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was much less than what we initially planned for.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Vice President Clark.
Thank you very much, President Tamish. Thank you very much, David and Sean. I see here under section 3, it says by amending, and it says advertising and sales revenue. By advertising, you mean advertising the locations like you just described?
No, this is maybe my harebrained idea, but I was I was hoping that we would be able to sell advertising rights for each bank. And so we'd have, say, like nothing illuminated, but like a regular sign that says, like, sponsored by Joe's Sandwich Shop, whatever, local businesses, so that when people come and plug in, they can, one, get an idea of like where that delicious sandwich shop is. And two, we can have a little bit more buffer in the fund for replacing chargers that were, like, I don't know, eaten by squirrels or whatever.
Clever. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Sheingold.
Yeah. All right. Sean, are these all level 2 chargers or?
Yeah, sorry, I should have led with that. Yeah, they're all level 2. If they'd been level 3, we would be doing much fewer of them. I don't think we would have needed such large banks, but they're level 2s. The level 3s require such heavy transformer infrastructure that they're kind of difficult to do, and the funding wasn't there at the time when we applied for this.
But I have an electric vehicle, but to give you a sense, the level 3 chargers are over 50 cents a kilowatt hour. So
Yeah.
28 cents a kilowatt hour, that's attractive.
Yeah.
If you're having a meeting here in a couple of hours, you could get a substantial amount, and the rate is attractive. So your rate is cost based.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal. It's not meant to be punitive or like a revenue generator. It's supposed to be revenue neutral. It's supposed to be accessible to both our visitors and also local residents that may be living in like condos or apartments that don't have access to garage charging. This gives them an opportunity to plug vaguely close to home and take advantage of this new technology.
Great, thank you.
Are there time limits on how long somebody can stay at one of these chargers?
I mean, that would be something we'd have to establish. At this point, I'm not too concerned, but over time, as usage gets aggressive, we can easily establish a time limit in the software and ding people that stay too long. So we basically would say, oh, you've charged to completion, you've got 30 minutes to move, or we're just going to have fun charging you $5 every 10 minutes.
Thank you. Councilor Ledke.
I don't have an electric vehicle, so I'm very ignorant, but I didn't hear you mentioning recreational facilities. Are our beaches just too harsh of an environment, or would people stay plugged in too long if they're at the beach, or like our golf? I thought I'd go play around the golf and charge my car, or is that too long? I mean,
No, I love where your head's at. That's a great idea. The beaches, the problem with those is that I'm a little concerned about flooding, and it's kind of expensive infrastructure, and it tends to be not very like ocean friendly. I don't know how well we would have sold that to Eversource to have all this expenditure for something that we'd have to like replace every few years. For the other sites like the golf course, that's certainly viable, but the bulk of the funding was available for downtown Hyannis because it's an EJ community, and so we got a better deal. Like a larger portion of the expense was covered by both the state and the utility. But if the town wants to install a small number at the golf courses, that's certainly something we can do on our own, and it wouldn't be terribly expensive if it was relatively small scale, and it's a great use case.
Thank you. Council Starr?
Mr. Hogan, I just want to say thanks for all the work you've done. It's an asset for the town of Barnstable and especially Hyannis. You look on the maps of where the chargers are, and they're in Hyannis, and I think it's going to bring people in. So I appreciate it.
That's the dream.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Keene?
I too agree. This has been a great program. My question is about the second piece of this, which is the Hennepin decision, the Supreme Court decision. And I wonder if you could just give us a quick précis of what happened there and why we are changing our ordinances with respect to that.
Evening, councilors. Tom LaRosa, First Assistant Town Attorney. The historic practice had been across the country, cities and towns and counties, taxing authorities when they would foreclose on real estate, that they would basically keep the property that they'd foreclosed upon. In Tyler v. Hennepin County, the Supreme Court held that confiscating the property above and beyond the tax that was actually due and the taxing authority's cost in addressing that is a taking. And so with that, the state legislature changed the law to basically provide for that what we refer to as the excess equity that would go back to the former property owner. So we're making an adjustment to the fund so that before the fund could get all of the money And now it would just get not the excess equity, but what would go into the fund would be the cost that the town would have incurred, such as, the cost for foreclosing, the outside legal fees, appraisals and real estate costs to market the property. Those costs that the town can recoup, those would go into the fund. The excess equity would go back to the former property owner.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark, Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keen,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
12 yes.
The motion does pass. At this point, I would like to recognize Mark Milne, who is going to update us a preview of the fiscal year 2027 operating budget. Mr. Milne, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Tamish, and good evening, Town Council. Mark Milne, Finance Director for the Town of Barnstable. The aim of my presentation tonight, hopefully you can see my screen okay and hear me, but the aim of my presentation tonight is really to provide you a high-level overview of the proposed FY27 operating budget. The link to the digital version of this budget has been provided in the town manager's communications. And I would like to thank the members of our Comprehensive Financial Advisory Committee, especially the operating budget subcommittee members, for their thorough review and thoughtful discussion on the operating budget over several meetings. The report is available on the town's website. I'd also would like to thank Gareth Markwell for his work in bringing our operating budget into the digital era and incorporating this new process for our budget development. So here is our expenditure at a very high level summary. Our proposed expenditures, it's a $238 million operating budget, which is $11 million more than the FY26 revised budget, or about 4.9%. 96.4 million will be allocated to our local school operations, 54.5 million almost to our municipal operations. Our other requirements are about $86 million, and we'll be setting aside about $1.1 million for an allowance for abatements and exemptions, which get awarded every year to eligible applicants. To pay for this budget, we will resources that used to include property taxes, state aid, local receipts, and our general fund reserves. In addition to the growth we've seen in activity levels, the local receipt category includes $932,000 in new fee increases for our rental registrations program, our alarm registrations, and our beach permits. Property taxes include the allowable increase under the law, and state aid is an estimate at this point and will be known once the state approves their budget. An additional $1.9 million in reserves are utilized to balance the budget, which is primarily attributable to our FY26 snow and ice removal budget deficit. So a little bit more about other requirements in this budget. 84% of this category of spending is comprised of employee benefits, resources dedicated to the capital program, and school assessments for Barnstable residents attending Commonwealth Charter Schools, the Cape Cod Regional Technical High School, and those participating in the school choice program. Employee benefit costs are increasing $2.1 million, and resources dedicated to the capital side of the budget are increasing $750,000. We have about 900 students approximately under those three programs I mentioned earlier, attending other public schools. This budget can best be described as a level service budget for most departments. The school department has rearranged some vacant positions to better align their program needs and services to student needs, resulting in an overall net reduction of 1 full-time equivalent. There are 4 primary goals or objectives incorporated into this proposed budget. Number 1 is not to seek an operating override to finance the proposed budget. This budget is balanced by raising the property tax levy within limitations of Proposition 2.5 and using available general fund reserves to close the gap. The second goal is to protect as many of the town's core services as possible. This budget proposes no significant reductions to service levels. More reserves are utilized to balance the budget due to their strong levels in preserving our core services. Future service reductions may be necessary if reserves can't be generated and cost increases continue to outpace our revenue growth. The third goal is to continue with investing more resources into our capital program. This is the 5th and final year of an annual $750,000 increase in the amount of general fund resources dedicated to the capital side of our budget. And the fourth goal is to maintain the town's financial resiliency. This involves having adequate resources and strategies and processes in place to manage financial risks and adapt to changing circumstances. The town did this throughout the Great Recession and the pandemic. The resources are in place, and the FY27 proposed budget maintains our resiliency, and the FY28 budget development will include more strategies and processes to ensure our continued resiliency. This illustrates how the FY27 property tax levy is determined. The base levy from FY26 is increased by 2.5% or $3.8 million. This represents about $219 million in new property value that was not taxed in FY26. 2 voter-approved exclusions are then added to the tax levy, resulting in an estimated levy of $161.3 million, and this is an increase of 3% over the FY26 tax levy. $11.5 million of reserves general fund reserves are being used in order to preserve our core services. It's important to preserve those core services to the community when we have the resources available to do so. $5.1 million is used for operating budgets, $3.2 million for a snow and ice deficit that we incurred in fiscal year 26, and $3.2 million is being used as we have conservatively estimated our local receipt revenue. We are projecting to generate about $7.6 million in reserves at the close of fiscal year 26 from returned appropriations and our actual revenues exceeding the FY26 budget estimates. Results are there are no significant service reductions again, and due to the lack of available resources, and the general fund reserves are expected to be around $25 million when the current fiscal year is closed. Again, there's no overall change to the number of full-time equivalents included in this budget. We have 3 new positions for the Inspectional Services Department that will allow for more timely inspection of rental units, which have increased by more than 800 units since 2017, with up to 600 more units in the pipeline. 2 positions are eliminated, one in the town manager's office that was never filled, and one in our Public Works Department for the town's in-house Packer service program, which will be outsourced at a cost savings of over $70,000. 16.5 full-time equivalents in the school department are eliminated, and 15.5 new full-time equivalents are created to better align educational programming with student needs. And that's a cost savings overall. No layoffs are being made as the positions eliminated were vacant through retirements, resignations, never being filled, or are being assigned to another position. With the last year of an annual $750,000 capital investment, the town's annual capital funding grows to $18 million. This represents about 7.5% of the overall general fund budget, which is in the range of recommended industry standards. Future programming increases in this area are targeted at 2.5% annually. Moving into our maintaining our fiscal resilience, here is a 10-year history of the town's general fund reserves. You'll notice the amount generated has consistently exceeded that which was used for the operating budgets. In addition to maintaining core services, the reserves the town has generated has allowed the town to provide more funds for one-time capital expenditures. This also illustrates a structurally balanced operating budget until we get to fiscal year 27. In addition, these reserve levels exemplify the town's ability to withstand and recover from financial shocks or disruptions like natural disasters, pandemics, economic downturns, all while maintaining essential services. Here is the town's actual structural deficit as we enter into fiscal year 27. $1.2 million of general fund reserves were used for the supplemental appropriations in FY26, and $11.5 million is being used to balance the FY27 budget. If we add back the amount used for the snow and ice deficit, arguably a one-time cost, this was the largest snow and ice deficit we've ever had in the history of our town. When we add back the amount estimated to be generated when we close the fiscal year, the deficit is around $700,000. So that is our true structural budget deficit at this point, the first time we've had such a structural deficit in many years. And if our expected growth and projected expenses continues to be greater than our projected revenue growth, that will continue to grow. In addition, budget estimates for local receipts are becoming less conservative, resulting in a decrease in our ability to generate reserves to replenish what is used. Multiple additional reserves have been created to support our financial resiliency, as this table illustrates. These reserves continue or contribute to the town's financial resiliency as they provide resources and include strategies that address our capital needs, our unfunded pension and healthcare liabilities, the town's sewer expansion program, stabilizing drinking water rates, providing resources for self-insured activities, and resources for uncollectible property taxes. Collectively, this group has grown to over $70 million. We continue with our conservative revenue estimates, which helps contribute towards our financial resiliency. This graph illustrates the town's history of our local receipt generation for the past 8 years and what we're projecting for the current year and the budget for fiscal year 27. After a small decline during the pandemic, local receipts have consistently grown. We are projecting to collect over $35 million in fiscal year 26, using a more conservative revenue estimate for fiscal year 27 of $33 million to balance the budget. Again, we could increase the local receipt estimate for the FY27 budget, reducing the amount of general fund reserves used to balance the budget. We'll lose protection against a possible economic downturn if we do so, and its impact on local receipts and property tax collection rates. So here is a graphical illustration of the distribution of the general fund budget by major area that highlights 90% of our general fund budget goes towards funding education, employee benefits, the capital program, and the police, public works, and administrative services departments are about $210 million out of the $238 million budget. Here are the proposed enterprise. The major factors affecting the change in the sewer enterprise fund are new loans that we've taken out for sewer expansion and system improvements. In the airport enterprise fund, it's predominantly the cost of jet fuel purchased for resale. In our water supply enterprise fund, we've taken out new loans for system improvements, and the management contract has gone up significantly. In the solid waste, we actually see a reduction, and that's a result of a reduction in the new tipping fee contract. In our golf enterprise fund, we're seeing increases in fertilizer costs as well as our contracted labor obligations. In the HYCC, we have taken out a new loan for more building improvements, and utilities are increasing. In Sandy Neck, we have labor contract obligations and a seasonal wage adjustment affecting the change there. As well as the PEG Enterprise Fund, we have labor contract obligations and employee benefit costs increasing. Finally, in our Marina Enterprise Fund, the additional funding is targeted towards dock replacements. These are the revenue sources to cover each enterprise fund's expenses. Most of the expenses are provided from the charges for services and stabilization funds we've created to assist with improvements to and expansion of assets. The HYCC and the marinas received some general fund support. The sewer fund receives support from the Capital Trust Fund, as well as our sewer construction and private way fund, to cover all the operating costs associated with the comprehensive wastewater management plan, so as not to affect the user fee rates for current users tied into the system. The water fund receives support from the Water Stabilization Fund, which was created with the host community agreement payments from Vineyard Wind and provides rate stabilization for this enterprise fund. 5 of our enterprise funds will use some of their reserves to balance their budget. PEG Enterprise Fund has a structural concern that can be managed over time, as it has $3.7 million of reserves, and we're using about $240,000 of that to balance their budget. Additionally, the current contract with Comcast expires in December of 2029, so this matter could be part of the new licensing contract. The Highness Youth and Community Center's structural deficit is more of a general fund matter, as this operation receives a substantial general fund subsidy already. And finally, here are the projected enterprise fund reserves at the end of fiscal year 26 compared to last year's balances. The projected amounts are net of what is proposed to be used to balance the FY27 operating and capital budgets. All of our enterprise fund reserves are projected to be at a level to maintain their financial resiliency, with the exception of the Highness Youth and Community Center Enterprise Fund. And again, this is a heavily subsidized enterprise operation, so its reserve level is much lower, as the general fund is the backstop. These reserve levels allow these operations to respond in a measured way to deteriorating economic conditions without the need for swift draconian action. A more strategic approach can be implemented for expenditure reductions or rate increases over time if necessary. And that concludes my presentation. I'll stop sharing my screen. The public hearing, as you know, will start on June 11th at your June 11th meeting. And I will be available, as well as myself and Gareth Markwell, to answer any questions that anyone might have in regards to the proposed budget between now and then. Please feel free to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Really appreciate it. A lot of information in there. Any discussion? By the way, the CFAC, will they be presenting on the 11th also?
Yes, they have asked to have a short presentation at the June 11th meeting. If we could do that under communications, and their report has been uploaded to our website.
Right. I think we all got it. Councilor Ledke.
Yeah, I don't want to delay things, but Mark, PEG, I'd like to have a much deeper dive into PEG. And it's related to Comcast, and with the advances in how people are streaming and doing things, I think we really need to look at that. You said that, the contract is up, but really a deeper dive into PEG, and is our government channel, viable? I just would really like to look at that in greater detail and help us understand all the different aspects of that. And it may be overcome by technology at this point.
Certainly.
Thank you. Anyone else on my right? My left? Okay. Thank you, Mark. Really appreciate it. Great job.
You're welcome.
Always. Okay, moving on. Let's see, where are we down? Councilor Ludke. If you could do introduce 2026-202, please. The referral to the planning board. Just go to page 5.
Got it. This is new business to refer to the planning board. It's 2026-202. Order altering the public roadway layout for South Street and Old Colony Road in Hyannis, and authorizing the acquisition or taking of easements by eminent domain in connection with such purposes.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? Counselor Penn?
Yes, thank you, President Tamish. I hope you all got my brief memo about how to approve this. I know what our vote is tonight is supposedly to send this to the planning board. I think we can improve it and revise it. Before we do that, I'm hoping you're in the mood to do that. I know it's extremely late, so I'll move as quickly as possible here. What concerns me the most about this is the fact that, you know, I'm sure that this was very well designed by Stantec Car engineers, and that's lovely, but it's not functional for where it is in Hyannis. So what I did was I gave you a brief narration of what I think could make it better, and I also gave you a very primitive graphic of what could definitely make it better. So I'd like to go over that just really, really quickly. The idea is that Old Colony heading north from South Street to Main Street, right now it's like a 2-lane highway, but it's in a residential neighborhood. And it's very unsafe for the people who live there. And there's going to be lots more people living there shortly, maybe. Okay. And there's hundreds of people a day that walk from the transportation center to Ocean Street. And this needs to turn into a 2-way residential dead-end street that dead ends into beautiful green space, which that corner needs desperately, and just has a U-turn at the end and goes back out to Main Street. And it's got probably a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit on it, and beautiful walkways, so that all the pedestrians feel safe there, especially the elderly that live in Eldridge House and cross over to that little market that used to be a gas station many times a day. So that's the first change that I think needs to happen. The second one is that opposite that, excuse me, on the Rotary, we need to assure the town in here has that Old Colony disappears on that middle spur. And that can't happen. I mean, you can't negotiate Ocean Street in the summertime and get anywhere. Old Colony needs to be there as a bypass to Ocean Street so that just the people who want to go to the ferries or the restaurants or the motels are on Ocean Street. But you can't force all the traffic there, especially people who live south of South Street. Everybody in Hyannisport and Gosnold and going to the beaches. I mean, you just need to keep Old Colony there. So that's a 2-way street that's shown in white here. The other thing that's critical is that Ocean Street North will become 2-way. Because it's my understanding that traffic lights are going to disappear and we're going to have 4-way stops. And that would be a lot more efficient for that. So that shows 2 arrows going opposite directions. And I've eliminated the spur that goes from Old Colony to Ocean Street. As far as further down Ocean, it's got an X over it. That serves no purpose at all other than to block up the traffic. There's no way you'll get out of Old Colony onto Ocean Street. You'd be sitting there for a long, long time. It serves no purpose at all. So I just want to tell you guys, I've lived here my entire life, the same house, okay? I remember when this Old Colony was railroad tracks. We used to play in the warehouse that was there. I remember the transition from the tracks to what's Old Colony, which I call the highway. And closing that down, coming into this rotary is just a really, 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 really bad idea. It is dysfunctional. So I'm hoping that you'll look at these changes, decide which ones you'd like to adopt, and then send it to the planning board to do the business that we were here today to do. And I'm happy to take any questions or observations. Thank you. Thank you for the time. I really appreciate it.
Councilor Penn, just as a point of information, this is a referral of the land takings or easements, I should say, to the planning board and the layout, not the specifics of the roundabout there. That would
Yes,
come
I
later.
understand that, but they might change if they decide to change the design. So that's why it's important.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think at this point, the specific design is not within the four corners of this article. And on a referral, according to the rules, there's no debate on it. So this would just go to the planning board, and at the hearing with the planning board, your concerns and any of our concerns will certainly be heard. Councilor Ledke?
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, President Tamish. I wanted to just comment on Councilor Penn's comments, and maybe Jim Cupfer could comment. Everything she said makes so much sense to me. There was a design meeting in this room, and I can't remember the percentage of design, and then it was going to move to another percentage. And I'm not sure, again, what the easements are based on, if a percentage of design, or it could morph somewhat. But I think she makes some really good points from someone who drives this intersection all the time. There were a lot of comments, and Jim will remember at that meeting about this. So I understand her point. It kind of reminiscent of the downtown zoning, where we sent it to the planning board and then we came back and then we had amendments and it got a little awkward. So I appreciate her being proactive in bringing some of this up. So maybe it would
But
help.
that's not what this article is.
No, I know it's
Councilor
about the easement. So maybe Jim could clear it up, what phase of design we are in, and how maybe some of Councilor Penn's concerns could be addressed through I'm just trying to.
That would be at the planning board, though.
No, I don't think so. I think there's going to be another design. I don't know. I'm asking. What is the best? That's what I'm asking you. Is it the planning board, or is there going to be another design meeting like you had?
I'm happy to address the comments here. So no, we're at 100% design. It is a little bit unfortunate. Councilor Penn and I have had a lot of good conversations about this in the past. I do agree wholeheartedly on looking at that stretch of Old Colony that she referenced in between essentially South and Main Street as potentially that could be a really exciting pedestrian mall or something like that in the future. But I think that's the key with this whole program is taking interim steps. I think that potentially could be a very next step, but we didn't want to close up a very critical valve out of and into the harbor just in case it's very much necessary right off the bat. So I recognize and respect Councilor Penn's comments in that regard. Absolutely keeping that in the top of mind as we progress on, as we evaluate how Great Streets has progressed. And if extremely successful, that would certainly be one of those top priorities as the next step. In terms of the roundabout, I unfortunately, again, as I mentioned before, I've had a lot of conversations about this with Councilor Penn. The access that she's referring to, the spur that's on Old Colony that currently comes to the 6 points as we design the roundabout, that's simply an unsafe entrance and exit point at that Old Colony spur. And so the rationale there, as we looked at each one of the spurs, what is the most redundant spur to be able to remove from the roundabout area? And that is truly it. As you know, by utilizing that intersection significantly, that ability to get Old Colony is just another 50 feet beyond that intersection. And we'll be in part of this process softening that corner, because one of the biggest concerns that we heard from the residents beyond Old Colony towards the Gosnold area was trailers for boats, very specific, or that size of vehicles. And so we're very much mindful of that, to soften that additional spur so that we can make those maneuvers very easily. We'll also note that we're now removing that signal at that location. So those blocks that we achieved today while we're sitting at a light and counting as we wait for that light to change, that no longer will be there. We will be negotiating continuously as it progresses. So that was the rationale behind it, and why, as we've been evaluating this for the last 2 years, that is the rationale for that specific spur. I will say also the green space in that area will expand because of that.
Mr. Kupfer, I think Attorney Nober would like to interject here.
Okay.
Thanks, Jim. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to take a vote to suspend your rule that there is no debate at a first read of an item. So you can certainly take a vote to suspend that rule, but without that, this whole conversation is.
I think my point would be that this article does not get into the specifics of the design of that. And this is about taking easements in the overall land, and it's not the specific design of the rotaries. I don't even know if that's a proper discussion for us to have on this.
Well, you really technically wouldn't have a discussion on this at all, right? I mean, you would just vote yes or no to refer it to the planning board.
Correct.
Because it's a
That's
first
my
read.
point.
Yeah, it's a first read. So.
Excuse me? Okay, all right. Okay. Could we have a vote, please? And the vote is to send this to the planning board as written.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
No.
Keen,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn, Penn, Scheingold,
No, I voted no. I'm sorry. My audio was off.
Scheingold,
Yes.
ten to two.
Okay, the motion does pass. It is 11 o'clock. We have one article left, 2026-203. Could I have a motion to continue past 11 o'clock, please?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to continue the meeting for the purpose of one more article.
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keen,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes,
Scheingold,
Yes.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Thank you. 12 yes.
The motion does pass. I forgot who I left off with. Council Burdick, if you could read in 2026-203, please.
Sure. Item 2026-203, acquisition of an affordable housing restriction on land located at 114 Grove Street, 199 Barnstable Road, 191 Barnstable Road, and 187 Barnstable Road in Hyannis.
Second.
Mr. Kupfer.
Good evening again, Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development. Lynn, could you pull up my 79 slides that I'm going to present? No, I'm just joking. So rationale here, authorize the acquisition of the affordable housing restriction with Brad LLC to provide 5 units to be committed as affordable housing in perpetuity in the property of 199 Barnstable Road, Hyannis, Mass. through its rental to a qualified household with an income of not more than 65% of the area median income. This is a requirement under our inclusionary housing ordinance that when proposed for the development of 45 units, 5 would be affordable, and this is that deed restriction that goes along with it. There is no fiscal impact.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselors Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Lisa?
No.
Keen,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes,
Scheingold,
Yes.
Star,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
11 to 1.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded.
What
Madam
happened
Clerk?
to 201?
What's
Did you already move that, refer to public hearing? 201, okay. I just didn't see it.
Yeah, I think that's everything, right? Okay, Madam Clerk? Motion to adjourn?
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark, Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yeah.
Deleuze, Keen,
No. No, yes, yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Star,
Yes.
Tamish.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
We are adjourned. Thank you all.
Second longest meeting I've ever been to.
Nothing like it being 11 o'clock, the stifled discussion on an hour.
Hurry up.